It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
Good morning. I'm your host for this Sunday chill stream. Name's Mikamo. Gonna be keeping it chill today. Just so you know, it's gonna be pretty chill. Got a new background. So as you can see, we're already pretty chilled out. I got a little bit of a beat going here. Actually, not even a beat, more just kind of something pretty, shall we say? Something pretty for us to start with, and as far as the video, I'm gonna play some vocal distance in PVK. I've been wanting to re-listen to this convo anyway because I thought it was good, so we'll do that. So first, I'll give you guys a little bit of the beat while I'm pulling up the PVK vocal distance video. And oh, hey Rigel, got the flu, so I'm your church today. Oof. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll keep it chill for you. You know, don't want you feeling worse. But this will never compare to church, you know. It'll never compare. But let's listen to this beat, and I'm going to pull up the that other conversation.
And look at Donald Trump and any of his wives.
Yeah,
and if you were to ask performatively who's the conservative, you see Barack and Michelle Obama, you know, forget Jennifer Aniston and whatever's going on with People magazine, but Barack and Michelle Obama living like Puritans, but promoting, you know, liberty or license, and the other way around, and Donald J. Trump being the family man, and his children have 3 wives, and I don't know how many abortions he funded in all of the years. I lived outside of New York City. Donald J. Trump is a well-documented man, but this is the crazy moment we're living in, where Donald Trump is the conservative hero, where it's like, okay, so at some point, you know, every angle you get. So then you're going to say, okay, well, it's all about the decisions you make in your own life. That, in fact, is the true vision of authenticity about what you do. And to a degree, that's exactly right. But at the same time, none of us...
Where does that vision come from?
What's that?
That vision that you came up with your own, uninfluenced by your culture?
Yeah, exactly.
So all of these people... And that's sort of the other thing here is that part of this is like the aristocracy of self-control. Like all of these academics have shown, like, you know,
because that's how you get a PhD. You don't get a PhD by smoking pot and sleeping around. What you get that way is poverty.
Yeah, the people who
hold on, we're gonna have to sample that.
Sleeping around, the people who are so inordinately.
Oh goodness. Let's go back to 133.33 in honor of Grizz. Or close enough.
Again.
And then let me make sure I can record this on my end. And there we go.
Children watch our eyes, not our lips.
You see this thing going on of all of the, like, if you looked at all of the deconstructors from McLaren, Jones, Kimball, like, even like Diana Butler Bass, Karen Swallow Pryor, they're all married. They all have kids. There's no sex scandals. None of them, or
Right.
very few of them, are gay or queer.
Right.
These are non-practicing libertines.
I know. We've seen this forever. Look at Barack and
Right.
Michelle Obama, and look at Donald Trump.
Are we still here? Are we still here? Can you hear me? A transformer just went off in the neighborhood at the exact time that I'm guessing you guys lost me. So if you're still out there, if you can still hear me, give me a thumbs up in the hive mind. Um, Gonna check on my Wi-Fi. Whoa. Yeah, hope I don't. I have power, but I might need to just reset the router real quick. All right, come on, internet. Yeah, it was pretty scary. Like my bright, colorful lights went out, and I was just in like a dark room for a second. I was like, "Retro." But good news is the I did get the recorded segment. So there was some interesting. Excuse me. I got about 3 minutes of the of that little intro thing. So let's see if we can kind of power back up here. Turn the Wi-Fi off or turn it back on. See if we can get something. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Maybe this would be a good time to play some branding. You get what I'm saying? Oh, I did forget to mention that tomorrow's stream is more than likely going to be taken down because I made a goof at the end of the stream and played some footage which I thought was free use that apparently somebody owned and took umbrage with me using. Um, but I'm going to try to get Wi-Fi back on my laptop, and if I can, and if I do, then we will go back to the chill stream. If not, I may just end up dropping the link. And then, why is it not working? Let's see. No internet. No internet. The winds outside are whipping too, so I'm kind of scared that something, you know, in situations like this, having been raised on the possibility that the rapture may occur at any time, I am fairly prone, shall we say, to worst case scenario thinking at times like this. So it looks like I do have something blinking on my router. It stopped blinking, so maybe that's progress. In the meantime, here is some branding.
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss, with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreher, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
This is a place. And when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials, I don't make those. People who want to play make them. And I don't know what my control they put into it, especially that make moment.
Gentlemen, this is the elimination course. My calling is to keep men out of the ministry. I consider my test a success when the blood is 4 feet deep and the bodies are floating around the room.
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention.
Before the people were able to commit to a follow,
And again, I can't help but watch this and think, things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of
lured us into imagining we were in charge. That we were somehow in control, trying to
We've got a tiny group of people that are just sort of hyper about the blues, and they're learning together, and all of this new stuff sort of bursts forth. And in Laurel Canyon, you have this tiny little group of people that are sort of working on this, and then, you know, in some ways via technology, this stuff just spreads all out throughout the world.
it of course made me think about this little corner, because what doesn't? And it made me think about the little group of people that are just playing with things now.
And I thought Jordan Hall said it very well in the conversation, you know.
What's up, everybody?
Yes, thank you for bearing with me, everyone. My favorite bear happens to be a panda bear. But if you're just now tuning in, we're waiting for my Wi-Fi to come back on. Um, yes, Cassandra, it was the stream yesterday. Apparently got too big for my britches. The sensors have caught on to me. Have to abandon my pirate ways. This is just joking, of course. It was completely done by accident. So I will rectify the situation and make sure it never happens again. But with that being said, this is going to be pretty difficult if I'm going to just have to somewhat filibuster this entire time and try to get back. Hopefully my Wi-Fi will get back when my dog is done going to the potty outside. And we can get back to making a chill beat, having a chill stream. Sounds like a transformer may have blown somewhere in my vicinity, so I still have power, but it did flicker out for a second. So kind of hoping that the power's back, so we just need to wait for it's very windy here. I don't know if you can hear the wind rustling through the trees, going where it wills. I can't point to the wind, but it'd be really hard to convince me that the wind wasn't all around me right now, based on my perceptions. After I planned on watching the Wokel video, I was going to try to rewatch a video I had participated in the live premiere of. A guy by the name of OG Rose, who I've seen on multiple YouTube channels. I like the way he thinks, like the way he speaks. And it was with an old TLC familiar face, guy by the name of Matthew, I believe, not Parlato. But very not slow thinking. He speaks slowly and thoughtfully, and he thinks about what he's trying to say, and he speaks very clearly. And they had a wonderful conversation about the difference between, the age-old question: is math discovered or is it invented? And OG, I think his name's Daniel, but he goes by OG Rose. For reasons I can't recall at the moment, but basically the point was geometry is discovered, calculus is invented, and that was just a profound thought. And then further along in the conversation, the idea of there being something quite satanic about the notion of an equals sign, that there's a type of false confidence. And it has to do, obviously, with calculus, revolving around it requires the process of time for 2 + 2 to equal 4. That plus and that equals denotes a type of process or a time that's required for a process to take place. Geometry, not as much, right? Geometry just seems to be there. But so you see, and that, of course, kind of interplays nicely with the Pagelian notion of patterns, as well as like a process theology take and the calculus required therein, which now I'm getting a little over my skis, maybe saying things more scandalously or, not taking much stock of speaking carefully. This wind is really crazy, though. It's kind of throwing me off, to be honest. But yeah, if you're tired of hearing me rant, please join. I posted the StreamYard link. I guess we could play a little bit of music from streams gone by while I try to get my dog to come inside. So that's what I'm going to do here next. First, we need to get a visual substrate. Oh yeah, and because the stream was taken down yesterday, it's a good opportunity to remind everyone that one of the best ways that you can help me out is like Upcycle has, in sending me visual substrates. For instance, here's a visual like the one with the skiing or the guys in the boat, but the newest one and my new favorite is this yellow one.
Lance, you want to go first?
So you were talking about deference to scientists or our intellectual I just think there's time to get rid of I do think that in terms of ordering whether or not I'm going to listen to someone, to me, there is a trust that needs to be
because the authority is offered.
there are certain
So I have these stories
usually it's
in
relational
my mind about what reality
over a period of time. There has been
so does everybody else. I'm getting it talking to them.
There are times where I actually have to trust
and then looking the author of my story
and people
but I
typically not
All right. I made it back. My internet came back. Isn't that just a joy? Isn't that just a joy for all of you cowards out there who enjoyed me and make my passage through the winds and the lack of internet connectivity. See, I've even misplaced my glasses. I don't even know where my Christian absurdist glasses, my Christian absurdist worldview, where did it go? Where did it go? But in the meantime, we did record that part of the conversation between PVK and the man known as Vocal Distance. Right? Vocal Distance. I think that's what it was.
Children watch our eyes, not our lips.
You see this thing going on of all of the, like, if you looked at all of the deconstructors from McLaren, Jones, Kimball, like, you know, even like Diana Butler Bass, Karen Swallow Pryor, they're all married, they all have kids, there's no sex scandals, none of them, or very few of them, are gay or queer.
Right.
These are non-practicing libertines.
I know. We've seen this forever. Look at Barack and Michelle Obama, and look at Donald Trump and any of his wives.
Yeah,
and if you were to ask performatively who's the conservative, you see Barack and Michelle Obama. You know, forget Jennifer Aniston and whatever's going on with People magazine, but Barack and Michelle Obama living like Puritans, but promoting, you know, liberty or license. And the other way around, and Donald J. Trump being the family man and his children of 3 wives and I don't know how many abortions.
Right there was where the internet went out. You can hear it. That's right here. That's right here. And that's what we call a sampleable region. That's right, Signs in the Dust. The weekend is mine. I have colonized and claimed as my own the weekend time slot for the TLC. So, you know, if anybody else wants to stream, be my guest. I'll stream snipe your ass while I make a beat and sample you. It's actually kind of fun. I really don't mind if people stream over me and if people leave and want to go watch a more interesting and compelling stream. If you want to get your dopamine up somewhere else, please, by all means. But if you're looking to have a Sunday chill stream, this is the place it happens. And I'm not going to make any apologies about that. Because sometimes you just need to chill and talk with your bros. You know what, Marcher? It was tiring. And people don't give me enough credit. I'm just kidding. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Isn't that a fun little sound? That's the internet cutting out. So we're going to turn that into a little bit of a beat, of course, yes. Yeah, only Marcher can really appreciate what it's like, because the way he's held down the fort on Discord hosting just hour-long conversations. He gets, Marcher gets us.
Children of 3 wives, and I don't know how many abortions he funded in all of the years. I lived outside of New York City. Donald J. Trump is a well-documented man, but this is the crazy moment we're living in, where Donald Trump is the conservative hero, where it's like, okay, so at some point is a well-documented man, but this is the crazy moment we're living in, where Donald Trump is the conservative hero, where it's like, Donald Trump is the conservative. Donald Trump is the conservative. Trump is the conservative hero. Where.
And after I berated him, we do have another person. Phlebas, welcome, sir. You've made me virtually not alone.
Did you berate me?
Bright?
Oh, no. I got an echo.
Oh, sorry. I fear you might be that white in real life, brother.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the winter. Is that what you mean?
Well, you said, did I lighten you? What did you mean?
Oh, I said, did you berate me?
Oh, I thought you said brighten. Like on the, like, did I make your camera brighter or something? I was like, no, I think you're just that bright. No, I didn't berate you. I had to do a light shaming. You know, ironically, now that my internet's back and I can make the beat, I don't need a guest as much. But I'm glad that you stopped by.
Yeah, I was trying to help you out. Feeling pretty down today. We lost the big game last night.
You lost to us in hockey?
Devastating, yeah. You don't understand how badly we need these wins.
Get
we have
used
nothing
to that.
left.
Get used to just, us winning and winning and winning. Trump said we're going to get tired of all the winning.
It wasn't the end of the world. We had a good show. There's some good Canadiana. We booed the anthem.
Nice.
It was like a good old hockey game, and it started off with 3 fights in the first 9 seconds. So that was good. And
sick.
We did okay in those. We won the first, I think, lost the second, and the third was kind of a draw. It didn't go quite long enough, unfortunately.
Were the refs American or are they Canadian?
I don't know. They didn't get in the way. They just let you fight.
They should be Russian. That would be the only fair if they were Russian refs.
Yeah, I don't actually follow hockey. I play a little bit of hockey, but I guess they're doing this instead of the All-Star game, and it was pretty amped up. Like, it was wild.
That's
These
fun.
guys, they're on their All-Star break, and they're trying to murder each other, which is a little bit different from the NBA, I think.
Yeah, that is different than the NBA. The problem with the NBA... Hey, can you relax, please? Come on, sit, lay down. What are you doing? You want to be on TV? He doesn't. He just wants to make a scene and make me look bad. Yeah, the NBA is not like that. There's less hostility because we've just been so much better than every other country in the NBA, at the NBA or at basketball. Hockey though.
No, I mean the All-Star break. The All-Star break was kind of lame, wasn't it?
It was. I did see Well, the problem is, yeah, that it's just become this spectacle. But all of the NBA players, like, they need a break because the season is so long, and so they're like would much rather, play an extra away game in the NBA Finals than take that game seriously. But I did see a YouTube short or a reel this morning that was like showing how Kobe Bryant took over one All-Star game because he really wanted home court advantage, and like I think Jordan. It was still when Michael Jordan was in the league too, and they wanted Michael Jordan to get like 60 in the All-Star game or something, and
those guys are truly competitive.
Right, exactly. So, and the story was basically like Kobe was like, "No, I'm taking over this game. I don't care if Michael Jordan is on the other team. Like, he's old. There's a new sheriff in town. I'm trying to win the championship, the finals."
Well, Trump has been doing wonders for our national identity because Trudeau spent like 10 years destroying it, and now we're actually banding together in our hatred of America. As he keeps saying he's going to take away our sovereignty. So,
as it should be,
it's turning out to be good for us. But yeah, we're getting walloped with snow right now. So church was canceled, which is pretty unusual.
Wow. Yeah.
We can't go out on the roads.
Oh, we've got another.
Oh, good. I can leave then. I was just trying. Oh, it's Tayo.
I think I already know what Ty is going to say, and he's going to bring up the fact that like, oh yeah, his little wants everybody to make sure they can see his cool fingers. It's mostly to just show how cool Tayo is. That's the main, I think, point of that image. But I can remove the V&A bubble. My intuition says that Tayo is going to want to bring up the football as the world sport, and that it's much closer to that hockey and President Trump, just in the sense that it basically promotes a type of nationalism at a meaningless level of the hierarchy, so that the masses can
bread and circuses.
Exactly. Whereas in America, where we're free, all of our sports are just serve to show us how good we are, rather than hating the other. Anyway, Taya, what say you?
I wanted to see how long you keep that going for, but it's pretty close. I came mainly to support Flibbers in his hatred for America, and affirm the national identity of that the Canadians are coming to grips of, thanks to Donald Trump.
Your national identity is also going through a tough time. From my skewed perspective of the internet.
I genuinely feel like Flibbers, you're way more worried about the UK than I am. But I appreciate the concern.
It's because I'm awake, Tayo, and you are sleeping. Have you been following PVK in your homeland? Or wait?
Oh, no, but
Sibak
says he's followed them from Ephraim to Ireland, and they'll follow him back to Ark.
Seabax is posting the the videos in the Orthodox Church of like King's North and the choir and stuff. It made me think of who's that guy who goes undercover to like abortion doctors and like insiders in DC. Do you know who? There's this guy. I want to say his name. I don't think it's Chris Rufo, but it's a name like that. Maybe somebody in the hive mind can help me out. But it's like, is it Project Veritas that I'm thinking of, where they like have these undercover videos of like, woke figures of power, and they just catch them saying like the wildest stuff. That's what I feel like Seabex is. He's just like this.
Yeah. I didn't. The one, even Paul looked uncomfortable on camera, which he's on camera all the time. But somehow Seabex made him uncomfortable.
This is who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I think Seabex is doing a great job of being like a citizen journalist and like citizen paparazzi, just kind of giving these guys a little bit of what they ask for, growing these massive followings on the internet. It's better it be Seabax than somebody you have no clue
Shove the
who
camera right in their face. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. One day Tayo's going to get hit up by the Seabax paparazzi. I mean, he did it to Grimm at what is it called? What? Symbolic World.
Symbolic World. Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to hear PVK's reaction to the Divine Liturgy, but the sound didn't come through. So.
Oh, did he post a members video with a reaction?
No, a Seabax interview with no sound.
Oh, that's great too.
Yeah.
Tayo's done some citizen journalism for us. He one time was walking through what is it? Is it Piccadilly Circle, where all the religious
Piccadilly Circle? That's just, first of all, no. It's Piccadilly Circus, you American swine. But no, it was Speaker's Corner. I was walking around.
Speaker's Corner. Yeah, that's right.
How long has Speaker's Corner been a thing? Like forever?
I actually should know this. I did. Give me a second. I can. For a while, not forever.
Ever since Jonathan Waldongford the third stepped on the corner and says to the public, "I think something different." That was the first day Speaker's Corner ever had a following, and by God, if it won't be the last. That's what I think.
Yeah, we used to have a Speaker's Corner, but it was like a permanent television camera and a booth, and you could just, it was in Toronto, you just walk up to it and talk, and then somebody would edit it, and every week there was a TV show called Speaker's Corner. And it was pretty cool. But that sounds very different from Tiny Tim on a soapbox.
I say woe be unto you if you become a big name at a place like Speaker's Corner. It's like, it's just a great way to be cringe in about 5 years, looking back on like how you were interacting with folks. Like even to, something like this, I know is kind of like downstream from something like that, but I've just seen too many clips of like very confident people of various religions just giving like the worst arguments either for or against their cause.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, it works though. There are many celebrities that have been made at Speaker's Corner thanks to the many YouTube, mainly TikTok actually, that gets people traveling for. I've met people that came from America to meet some of the Speaker's Corner guys.
Well, there's a similar psychological thing happening as like walking through a park and just kind of hearing like, a Muslim person, a Jewish person, a Buddhist person, a Christian person, to like just swiping on TikTok, right? Like it's that same kind of, how do you get someone's attention when they're like not really looking, but more so just kind of, what do you call it? Perusing, right?
It
like
was the vibe yesterday on your stream. I couldn't watch it. It was...
Phoebus, the vibe, sometimes the vibe's going to be for you, sometimes the vibe's going to be against you. And we had a new person here, so we were just trying to be hospitable. What do you want from me?
Oh, you did a good job, like Marcher said. But
yeah, he did. And James did as well.
Tayo has a higher tolerance for that stuff.
I don't understand what you're failing to tolerate.
I don't know. Just, it's fine. It wasn't for me.
Too congenial for your taste? You like a little more fireworks?
I'm not sure it was going anywhere.
Yeah.
But I didn't watch the whole thing, so.
We kept getting around and around and around and around and around the same thing. But
which parts are you guys talking about? It was like 4 hours long.
Yeah, and the 2 hours of it that I caught was circling around similar thing with James's. Basically, James presents a perspective and everyone reacts to it. That was the format of the...
Yeah, Chad was the best part.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Was he out for breakfast? I just caught a minute of that.
Yeah, part of it he was eating his breakfast. Part of it he was shoveling snow.
The most fun was the many times Chad would start dancing or waving to try to get McMo's attention. And if I was a better friend, I would have alerted McMo to the fact that Chad wants to speak. But it was so much more funny to Chad waving, and then he gives up and just walks back and starts shoveling again, and then he'll do it after 5 minutes.
Well, and for all of you folks who didn't like yesterday's stream, no worries. It's scheduled for deletion because I violated someone's copyright unawares.
With the music thing?
No, not with the music thing. It was a visual thing. I have a playlist of what I thought were all free archival footage, but one of the ones I used was not free, so I got dinged for it. Which is a bummer, you know.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, I'm hoping for PVK's reaction of the Divine Liturgy. Just because I read that DBH, the David Bentley Hart
Can you summarize it for me? I didn't have the patience to. I didn't really care to read it. It takes me like so long to read his stuff too, because I have to like figure out if I know the reference, and if I do, if I agree, like that kind. The way
there's
that
some
he
of that
writes,
stuff I don't worry about. It's like, oh, he's making some obscure reference to some philosopher. I'm just not going to worry about it.
The ever-clear ontology of Pausanias's second act.
Yeah,
that
stuff's crazy.
He's just not impressed by religion. So the liturgy has no effect on him. He called it a bunch of swirling heathenism or something like that. He's just not very impressed with the Orthodox liturgy. He thinks icons suck with all the rules around Byzantine art. They're boring and pedantic and made by people who don't know what they're doing. And so basically, he was saying he has religious experiences with art, like with, Western painters, Vermeer, whatever, or a really good play or music or something like that. Maybe you can sympathize with that. And then he
should go to a big Eva church.
Theology, he's not impressed with anybody's theology. He has like one icon. His icon corner consists of one picture. And I didn't look up the saint. I'm sure that would reveal something about that. But it was a good read.
Very interesting. Taya, say something.
I was going to say, I think PVK has been pretty clear on his thoughts on the Eastern Orthodox, at least the churches, because we went on a tour with Peugeot and Priest at Chino.
But there was no liturgy, right?
There was no liturgy.
Because that's always the argument. You got to go. You got to participate.
Yeah, and as someone that did follow through with the argument and went to participate a few times at an Orthodox liturgy.
Although I guess that was Catholic, maybe, that he was at. Now that I think about it.
You, David?
No, PVK.
Was it Catholic? I thought they were going to an Orthodox Divine Liturgy.
Oh, okay. I'm mixing up the conference venue and maybe Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, the conference was at a Catholic place, I think. But he was going to go with Kings North to Orthodox Church.
We've got CBAX to document all of it.
Mark, I don't have any of James or Derek's info. They literally just clicked the link like everybody else. I do know that James or Derek wasn't on the show. He was just referenced. But I think that their channel is called
Myth Vision.
Myth Vision. Yeah, you got it. Myth Vision. I was about to say like Mytho World, something like that.
Well, I'm in the Discord server, and I did shoot James a message. He didn't reply though.
Explain that to us, Tayo, because I think maybe 3 years ago I watched one Myth Vision video for 5 minutes, but what's going on over there?
Well, I came across it as a result of coming across PVK. It was downstream of that for me. That's when the August started suggesting his video to me. And at the time where I first watched his video, I was uh, shall we say, very spiritually vulnerable, because I was still dealing with my pride as it relates to going back to church and what that would look like. So if it felt, I started watching it because it felt like, okay, maybe it's a good counterbalance to all the craziness I was experiencing by binging PVK videos. So it's like, okay, I'm not just being programmed by this Dutchman and agreeing with everything he says. I'm actually paying attention to the opposite. And it's the opposite in as much as it takes seriously. Basically, Derek's brain and his deconstruction, Christian deconstruction, came because he found out that there are other myths similar to the stories on the Bible. And to him, that's pretty much enough evidence to throw away Christianity, throw away all religions. It's all just myths and stories, and might have been useful back in the day, but now we know better. Basically, is also basically closely aligned with the is the guy that West Off embarrassed to get on Joe Rogan, the black guy. Yeah, they're in the same world of
I forget his name.
Gnostic readings and alternative Christian history.
Academic scholars. The real ones.
Yeah. Academics. They're academics.
Do you still feel you're being programmed now, Tayo?
In which way?
I don't know. It's interesting that my encounter with that space has been like working through my programming. So I'll find PVK saying stuff and it automatically makes sense to me. And as I go deeper into it, I realized it's like programmed into me.
You're a CRC kid listening to a CRC minister.
Yeah, I know. But it's been sort of disturbing, actually, to see how little or how powerful the formation is, or how little my own agency has been in some ways. And it gives me a lot of sympathy for people who maybe sympathy is the wrong word because it's kind of a little bit offensive, but I'll just say sympathy for someone like Sam, who, grows up Unitarian and is still Unitarian. And you could say, oh, you were programmed that way. But man, I was programmed in a lot of ways too. So that's probably different than the programming you were talking about.
Yeah, the programming I was talking about is more so it's similar in as much as he's a Christian minister and I'm a Christian, and I've been since I was a little kid. So I can relate in as much as that. But most of what I was referencing is binging Paul's, especially his rough draft for Sunday, triggered a spiritual experience or mystical experience in me, the same way people talk about ayahuasca experience, doing similar way to that, because that basically ended up in me wrestling with God about whether or not what does my Christianity look like going forward. Because
do you think it's everyone's? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, when I first encountered Paul, probably the first week or so, I was thinking, oh, he's saying everything that I thought about Christianity. Because I was the only thing I was registering was he listens to Peterson, and Peterson has a lot of critiques of the church, and it doesn't just shut them down instantly, which I received as that means he's 100% right about his critiques. But then I watched Paul for longer and I realized, no, Paul is it will allow a lot of things to flow over him, and without saying yes or no, he agrees with them. It's just more interested in the what's underneath the points that's being made and how does that relate to other things. So at first I thought Paul was basically parroting all of my niche Christian ideas about how Christianity is supposed to manifest in the world. But then I pay attention more and realize that actually no, it's telling me to go to church, and that's I was very much in the mode of church is not necessary. We don't need the buildings. It's too corrupt to save. But the long story less longer is I came to have to admit that there is only one plan for salvation that I believe in, and it's to do with the church. So I just have to shut up and go play my role, and we'll figure it out the day after the war ends.
Do you think it's everyone's responsibility to wrestle through everything in its entirety? One of the things that Luke was talking about beliefs, and he was basically saying if you haven't gone into it and owned it and made it your own and thought about it and explored it, then it's totally fake or something. It's not real. And life is short, right? There's a zillion things to think through. Do you feel that responsibility to wrestle with every single thing like you were discussing there? Like I guess I'm saying that I've sort of come to accept some of my programming and maybe label it differently, like as my, God's providence, my position, maybe my thrownness, where I was placed. And because there's an infinite amount of things that I would have to intellectually get through. And that's probably not even a good way to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that's the answer to the question you asked of but I don't think I can. I don't think I'm called to. I don't think I'm able to. To quote the meme, I don't have the capacity for that, big fella.
So does that make you a less honest person? Because I've decided basically it doesn't.
No, but I do think I'm responsible to wrestle through the things that God providentially makes salient to me to wrestle with. There are just some nuts that's just there at the front of your mind. And I think it's my responsibility to pay attention to that. And the Christianist thing is to bring that to God in prayer and see how that plays out. But yeah, so not everything, but I think there are things that God makes salient to each individual that they have to wrestle through.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to wrestle through my baptism because you don't remember it. And then I didn't do confirmation. And then PVK a couple weeks ago was doing that thing or he mentioned it a couple times that kind of the CRC went through that. And they had this whole thing where you're supposed to remember your baptism. And I was reading a book from one of those guys in the live stream, and they did this sort of cringy thing, but kind of like hyssop. They were dipping a branch in water and they were like spraying people. They had a special service to remember your baptism. Because there's so much exposure to Baptist theology that we've kind of forgotten who we are. And maybe that's a good thing too. I'm not making a judgment there, but Protestants who have infant baptism can feel incomplete by not having that memorable moment. Hello, Chad.
Hello. Good to see you guys. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with what you're saying there. I don't think that it's even possible to really, maybe it's possible to fully understand all aspects of of the place that you're standing. Maybe that's not the best way of putting it, but I don't think that it's possible. I'm not even sure how helpful on a spiritual level that would be for everybody. I think that actually led to a lot of people's deconstruction. And it might, and maybe that was necessary for them. I don't know, but like sometimes I think, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of wisdom in just trusting that, and trusting where you're standing. And like I think you kind of alluded to, if it's revealed that you should go deeper, then go ahead. I think that that's good too. But I don't know. For me personally, every time that I've tried to dig deeper into theological matters or doctrinal or whatever, I've always feel like it's kind of pulling me apart, and I think that is not much to do with God as it has to do with my feeble understanding of reality. And then usually it's has to do with pride and sloth and resentment, I think. So yeah, not everybody's called to be the pastor or the priest, you know. They carry a different weight or a different they carry something different than average Joe, who has to wake up in the morning and go to work and work for his family and try to be the pillar in the house with his wife and try to help their children and the family come into formation. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Is this still the Heretics Confessional, McMo? Can I get a confirmation?
Yes, it is.
All right.
I think I'm falling behind. My Wi-Fi is falling behind. Sorry, guys.
You sound good though, Chad. We'll just leave extra space. So what I hear you saying, Chad, is that the truth of things does not depend on our ability to know them. Does that sound okay?
I think the truth is overrated. I think there's too much weight put into what we think, and it's very loaded frame. And I don't think it always belongs in the I don't think it's, I think it's, yeah, it's overrated and overvalued for many. And yeah, I think that more will be revealed, but to know absolute truth is, I think that was kind of like Eve's temptation in some sense, to be like God's. And if you're willing to, I think, try to carry that weight and you think you're big enough for it, go ahead. But I don't think that we all should be meddling in those kinds of things, personally.
Yeah. So here comes the heresy. If we can bring it to something practical, do you think what's going on in communion, the Lord's Supper, the Eucharist, is dependent on what the tradition or denomination says is going on?
I'm the wrong guy to ask on this, but I was thinking about it this morning about how do I share with my daughter as she grows older what this means.
Yeah, like, you've got practical. Well, are they practical? Because you have, like me, you have a split tradition marriage.
Yeah. So, I like in our church we talk about the real presence. Now, I think I understand what they mean, but I don't. I'm not beholden to the to a lot of those kinds of caveats that are put out there. I know, and I would listen to people, particularly in in the Eastern Orthodox or Catholic talk about their experience with the Eucharist and how powerful that was, and that like they were longing every week to do the Eucharist. And I didn't understand kind of what that like, because when I would go and do communion, or it didn't seem like that to me at all. It seemed and like, so it worked. My understanding of what it was okay up until I had to try to seek deeper what this meant. And so for me, the real presence, it is that, and it is that because, well, my experience is very solipsistic. So when I for me, what was revealed was that my recovery was an idol of sorts that needed to be smashed, and the Eucharist was a way of doing that. It was a way of smashing the idol of recovery. And at the time, the first time that I took the Eucharist in this way, it felt like a matter of life and death. And that was a very real, far beyond symbolic. It wasn't, and it was like, it was right here. It wasn't like some idea out there. And so I think I had a real experience, a genuine, deep experience, that the people who talked about the Eucharist and longing for the Eucharist, I had something akin to that. And
yeah,
now I don't know how to translate that to my daughter. I think
Yeah.
I hope that I would just be honest with her and say that there's some people who feel that this is a very genuine moment, and and what we say in the liturgy about this is genuine. There are people who really believe that this is actually the body and the blood, as I believe it is. And there are people who don't, and I'm not sure if there's any necessary right or wrong in this, and that I hope that the idea here would be to use this as an opportunity to seek God and to come into deeper communion with him. And I can't give you the exact answer on where you land on that. And I just hope that you genuinely seek. And so I don't know, I think that'd be the best way to approach it at this point. That's how I'm kind of thinking about. That's what I was thinking about this morning when I was taking the Eucharist. How am I going to talk to my daughter about this?
Yeah, and for a long time it'll be less about talking and more about she'll be watching you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm going through that too. I have it's feeling more and more like you're describing, life and death. And yeah, my experience is like rapidly deepening, and it's a little connected to what I was talking about before, my childhood, because I was banned from the table for so long. So it's the first time I've truly felt welcome, and so there's part of that. But yeah, I suspect, like, if you actually look into it, at the bottom there's a mystery, and we probably shouldn't articulate it too well. But yeah,
there's great joy in dancing with the mystery, and sometimes it feels like it's being pulled apart, and some dance moves are harder than others, I suppose. And I really genuinely think about the mystery as something sacred, and the depth of the depth of it, and having respect for what mystery is, and try to live with that as much as possible. And I'm a very bad, very bad example of a Christian who is in a body that has ideas about things and modes of operation. I'm very bad because I respect it, but I don't. But I also view it as a very loose garment, one that is in constant.
What do you mean by it? You view what? It as a loose garment?
I think something like doctrine, particular doctrines, things like this. They ought not be idols. I think that's how I like to kind of view it. I respect them, and my opinions about them are subject to change, either closer or further away from them. But I think it would be highly dishonest for me to take an entirely sincere position on it. Although I think a sincere position is a far better position than an authentic one around this topic.
I think a sincere position on any of that stuff is kind of a submission, which is what you're talking about. And then when you say garment, maybe not perfect, but also still useful. So, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, there's times where, like, sometimes when I feel further, like, just to think about the garment bit, when I feel close or further away from Christ, sometimes for whatever reason, maybe it's pride, maybe it's bouts with lust or whatever it is, or just oftentimes it has to do with pride and my relationship to people and being bothered by people. When I get there, sometimes like I have to go into like an imaginal like place, I guess. and actually, when I was a kid, my mom's boyfriend slash husband, when we would go to the flea market, he would say, "I want you to hold on to my belt loop as we're walking through this place. Do not let go of it." You know, because he like that. This was a way of having us stay close to him so he could watch us. That image in an experience with this person that I also think wasn't a great person, but like when I think of this person of authority, in this case Richard, when I think about him saying, "Hold on to my belt loop as we go through here," when I think about Christ, when I'm further away from him, I have an image of not, obviously he doesn't have a belt loop, but I have an image of hold on to the garment as we're walking through these valleys. And those are that's been helpful for me. Is that doctrinal? Is that, I don't know. It's like sometimes I'll just take the scraps, whatever works, right? Because maybe that's as good as it gets some days.
You're going to be such a good dad, Chad.
Oh boy, I don't know about that. I hope so. I hope I'm not an asshole.
The minimum bar is pretty low. Yeah, you just got to watch your anger. That's me too. You just got to watch your anger, and your kids love you, and you're going to do great.
Thank you.
Hey, Sherry.
I think you'll do great too.
Hi, guys. I have to run and do chores, but you guys were talking about the mystery, and I recently learned that the Greek word for mysterion, the root of the Greek word, means shh.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So that's really interesting. And then the other thing I wanted to say was the only thing that's really true is your own experience to you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. If it wasn't the case, then you wouldn't have to experience anything. You could just sit in the room and read, right? To be convinced of something. But generally speaking, conversations like this aren't going to convince anyone of anything. And neither is reading something. It's always going to be when those two things meet, when your experience of something that you've read or heard.
Yeah, I would articulate it a bit differently, where it's not dependent on me, but rather it's a discovery of something true, I guess.
Yeah, but the resonance happens because of your experience. That's where the resonance happens.
Yeah, but you're resonating with something outside. You're coming into line with, wisdom or
but what's coming into line with the thing that you're reading?
You and
you
and God.
You are an experience, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. So this is why AA has it nailed when they talk about the God of your own understanding.
Yeah. But let's not go down there.
Some of this stuff, I really think that some of this stuff can be, I think it can be helpful to talk about it in this way. And sometimes I think we can be so exhausted by the kind of pedantic seeking that can happen that when it happens, I'm just so relieved that it happened that I don't give a shit if it's experience or what it is. I'm just so damn thankful that I don't have to feel like I'm clawing for meaning and purpose, that it's just arrived, and thank God for that. So is it experience or what? I mean, like that's kind of what happened.
It's both. It's
yeah,
both.
I know that. I
what
know
I'm
that, but
saying.
I agree. And sometimes when it arrives, I don't care what we call it. I'm just so happy that it's here. When I had my conversion, it was like, first of all, I didn't even know that I was looking for that. And it did happen while I was while I was listening to a book. And it was not something that I could have planned. It was not, I wasn't even aware that I was looking for that. It was just like, here you are.
Yeah.
Now it's yours. Now try to steward this. And it's like, I don't, it's a hot potato that I can't let go of, and, and so I don't know, it can be helpful sometimes, I think, for the rather possibly autistic seekers, like many of us seem to be, where we just need to have the frame right so we can figure out what is the frame that, and what is the this and this, and it's like, and when we defined the mystery as, it's like sometimes it's mystery is just like like a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
And then I can just move along and say, well, I know I can share my story with you, but I can't give you any answers exactly. And that's why I don't really, I don't think it's like, I noticed yesterday with James, I think we were trying to do some of that. We were trying to weave like some sort of magic into convincing James that his atheism is like, it's almost there. We can give you the magic. We can give you the magic thing so that you could see what we see. And it's like, dude, just love the dude.
I probably did a bad job with Tim the other night too, like that. But
I think, like Tim, I'm not worried about Tim. I think Tim knows things and has experiences that are very deep. He just is very cautious about how he frames them. Again, these are frame issues. It's like, sometimes I think we feel like our frames are rather heresy, and so we need to be careful, and not necessarily heresy in like the biblical sense or anything like that, but in the, I don't want to be wrong, so I have to talk about the frame just right so that I'm making sure I'm getting the right message across. It's like,
hey, I'm okay with the frame of your own understanding. We should let Sherry talk. She's got to go.
I like that. Yeah.
Maybe she's just listening.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe she already left. Oh no, she's back.
I'm just getting my my gear on here because I'm going out. But I thought I'd like I'm not trying to define anything, Chad. Just to be, I'm actually trying to make it more ambiguous. Here you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to define it, by the way. I don't want to say that don't do that. I'm just trying to give a little bit of relief to people out there who feel exhausted sometimes by the modes at which we try to navigate these strange pools in the estuary. It's like sometimes maybe just chill in the pool that you're in. It's cool.
I think there's just a little word thing that I get hung up on. I'd rather say stuff like, you get a personal revelation of a God beyond your understanding. You get that little window. But anyways, drop the link. Let's get our international guest on.
Yeah, let's get some inside reporting.
Can you still hear me okay?
Just
wondering. I got my headband over my ears.
No, it's like you're underwater a little bit. We can understand you.
Yeah, it's a little gargly.
Like a fish tank.
A little gargly. A little bubbly. Here he is.
Anyways,
Seabax.
Before we move to Seabax, that
Seabax
Protestants get attacked a lot on the internet, and yeah, my heretic position today.
Everybody
is that we all have a bit of the
internet.
mystery. Yeah, I know. It's not healthy.
Like if you're an Orthodox Christian, you're getting attacked too. That's how I feel.
I think the algorithm does it, Sherry, because I get Orthodox people attacking me, and it feeds me all those.
What are you more likely to spend?
I don't watch them.
Yeah, what are you more likely to spend an extra instant on? An extra millisecond on? Are you more likely to spend an extra millisecond on the thing you already agree with, or on the thing that hurts your feelings and that confuses you because it is confidently against you? That's the question, because that's what the algorithm is based off of. But Seabax, what time is it there, and where are you? What's going on?
Let's see. I think it's 5 o'clock.
Woo!
And I'm about to get on a plane and head over to London from Shannon, Ireland.
AM or PM?
It's PM, almost 5 p.m.
Okay.
Flight leaves at 5:30. They'll probably start boarding.
Oh, did you go to the thing with Kingsnorth and Shaw?
I did.
Was it Christian?
It was wonderful.
Cool.
Full of wonder.
Did they ask about me?
Love it.
No, they asked about but Martin Shaw did ask about Grim Grizz. He asked if he was real. He said, "Is he real?" I thought that was
he's pretty real.
Apropos.
What'd you say? What did you say?
Well, Paul said he's very real. He's a genius.
We here yuck 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 ho ho ho, so say we all.
Yeah. So that was fun. I've got a big video that's going to come out here at 2:00 Central Time.
Apparently, there were some audio issues on your interview with PVK. That's what Phlebas was saying.
Bad. Yeah, it was embarrassing. I have to have I got one of these Rode mic setup things, and it wasn't plugged in. I didn't have the wire.
Classic worship leader trying to be a tech guy. You got to hire that stuff out, Seabax.
Yeah, so I'm the one trying to be a tech guy for Paul, and I need somebody to be a tech guy for me. I'm being
if you want to get Seabax a tech guy, it's Ko-Fi /McMosive. That'll give you access to his video later as well.
That's right.
True.
Yep, absolutely.
True. I'm a big weirdo right now because there's people all around me.
It's not weird to talk on the phone in an airport, bro. You're overthinking it. What were your takeaways from the conference and watching PVK partake in a heretics mass?
Let's see. I was struck by the fact that it was like, you kind of think about the monolithic meaning crisis as a I don't know, from our own vantage points in the States or Canada or whatever. And it was I don't know, it was very localized, and it really was about like the culture of Ireland. And that was kind of woven into the conference in a really powerful way. And I think, yeah, and that was awesome. So I have a lot more to say, but watch the content. And but beyond that, I'm gonna have to like really ingest a lot of it because it's all kind of just happening fast. So
very
make sure
cool.
You sleep.
Yeah, I did okay last night. I got like 6 hours from 11 to 6:30 a.m. 7 hours, and so that was good here, local time. But yeah, I'm eating a lot of fiber and trying to sleep.
Being from a small town, are you the type of person that gets overwhelmed with high density population areas, or are you kind of energized by it?
I'm an extrovert, and the Galway's not. Galway's like a mini New Orleans. That was kind of my experience of it. It was tame in comparison of population size. But London, I mean, that'll be big. But I live part-time in Nashville, so it's not the biggest city.
I forgot you were big. You were a big city, a big city guy now in the metropolitan area of Nashville, Tennessee.
I mean, I lived there for 2 years when I was a kid. I went to kindergarten and first grade there.
Have you been to Broadway? Have you had a chance to go see everything your early CCM heart wanted to be? Now deconstructed, playing in a band on Broadway.
No, I got my first guitar, like my first serious guitar, from a really high-end guitar shop there when I was 19 off of 2nd and Broadway area. So I mean, it's like that was when it was still kind of honky tonk. Now it's club, like kind of like a club town. So
it's the most honky tonk club town in the world, though. Like only someone from Arkansas would be like, Nashville's gone mainstream, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just that, but I mean, I've been visiting there like multiple times a year since I was born. So, yeah, I'm a partly Nashvilleian, like inside my heart.
Okay, you're trans Nashvilleian. You feel it inside. I get that. Oh, because I said trans, the EU wanted to keep us out. Was Ireland a part of Brexit? I know that this is ignorance that's going to get me roasted, but I do get confused about who's in and who's out. But was
There's
Ireland
two
a part?
Irelands. That's the issue.
Well, yeah, that's also Northern Ireland. Ireland.
D-Bax's face right now looks so hilarious.
Good looking out, Chad. Wait. Bing! Seabax, virtually not alone. Poor fella. All right, let's get back to the regular.
Yeah, I bet there's some big cultural differences. I like that cultural commentary.
Uh-oh.
Hello,
Chad's
Ann?
getting a call from Ann. It might be go time.
Good luck, Chad.
We love you, buddy. I mean, I kind of want to full screen him for this momentous occasion, but also it does seem like it should be something private, so I'm not sure.
All right, guys. Well, we think that there was a major contraction, so she's going to get ready to go, and I'm going to get ready to go. And
awesome. God bless you, brother. You're going to be a great dad. Very excited for you.
You guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Love you very much. And make most of it. I need some help with some branding for the Midwest tour. That's all I got to say. It was on my mind a lot this morning.
Okay,
and
we'll figure it out.
Major distractions. D-Dog, good to see you. Bye, everybody.
Hey. Wow, what a great occurrence on a McMo stream. Couldn't have planned it better if I had planned it. This is going to get me so many huge views
Yeah. Let's start talking about that. I was good at my first one. I grew up on a farm, so this isn't foreign to me. But by my third kid, I was like passing out. It was extremely, it got more overwhelming for some reason. There's also some complications that heightened the tensions in the room, but good luck, Chad.
Yeah, it's one of these crazy things like death, that it's terrifying, but every single person that's come before you has experienced it in a sense, and it's like you wouldn't exist if this wasn't a thing that can happen. So, yeah. But it's also I've heard it like the transition between before being a parent going into being a parent. I've heard people describe it as like becoming a vampire, just in the sense that like there's no way a vampire could like talk to you and try to convince you that like, no, I'm telling you, it's great. Like you sleep upside down. You can't go outside during the day. Sure, that's pretty rough, but like blood tastes so good. It's like they'd never be able to convince you, because it's just a completely different perspective / worldview. And you can really only know it by taking that, might I say, leap of faith.
Well, you can know it if you have, if you were blessed with a good family situation, and you can desire that, like from your childhood. But yeah, on the cultural thing, it's always interesting. I don't know if Tayo can confirm, but PVK says Europe sees Christianity as a very negative thing. I wonder if that's true. I didn't realize there was such a big divide between America and Canada as well. So my brother-in-law went to Florida. Florida. I don't know how to say it.
Florida. The way they say it in Florida. So the proper way to say it is Florida. Florida. But the way they say it in Florida is Florida.
Florida. Okay. So he went for a agricultural conference. And in the conference, like in the main meeting, one of the guys just goes, so anyways, brothers, at 11 o'clock, you're welcome to join me. We're having a prayer service out on the lawn over here, yada, 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 right? And that just wouldn't happen in Canada. That would be like religious oppression. There's no way you would mix an invitation to a impromptu Christian service on the property into your business meeting. And that's probably regional as well in the States, I'm sure.
Yeah, depending on what part of Florida it was in too, would have made
and maybe because they're farmers. I don't know. But
yeah, farmers definitely.
But it wouldn't happen up here at a farming thing. So
yeah. No, there and in the southeast of America and in Texas, you're gonna see a lot of that. I wouldn't be surprised if you even saw that in the like Midwest farm towns as well.
Yeah.
It's not that like everyone there is a Christian by any means. It's just that you grow up that just being a part of it,
Yeah.
Like even at public school, you say the Lord's Prayer kind of stuff.
Yeah. For us, that's like 50 years ago or more.
Yep. But then there is also like, I think that America in some sense liberalized as fast as Canada. It's just that America has what it seems Canada has a much smaller minority of, which is just people who at least know like existentially how to operate within kind of a Christendom, Christian nationalist place. Now, obviously, that's not true of like the urban centers like in New York or like LA or really any of the kind of places of cultural power in America until recently with Nashville, which is actually, I think, hitting above its weight in terms of cultural power, and a place like Austin with Joe Rogan. Tayo's like not even here anymore. But I appreciate him staying on just so that it's like we can have the balance of the, I don't have to put up McMobile in order to keep the balance of the force here. But yeah, I mean, that story checks out for me. Like, even though the company I work for is based out of California, the owners are still like nominally Christian. And so they, it's not unusual for them to like at a whole company dinner or something say a prayer before, that kind of thing. But yeah, that very thing though is also the thing that used to disgust me as a young man and a young boy. Like I didn't have the words for it then, but I was just utterly disgusted by Christendom and just like all of the phonies that I would see kind of like, praying before basketball games, and then I know what they're doing at the party after the basketball game, kind of a thing. And so I was just like, this is just, Christianity is just a cultural thing. Nobody actually, it doesn't seem like anybody cares about sinning as much as I do in my own little wicked heart, as a 14-year-old. But yeah, so there's
I wish we had a bit more. Like we're at that awkward position where it's not fully gone. So if we have like a work meal, people don't actually know how to start the meal. They just know they're not going to press you with a prayer, but it's like everyone kind of looks awkward. Okay, let's eat. There's no ritual anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you need somebody who's like the cool kid. And this gets back to kind of, I think, some of the things that Wokel Distance was talking about in the clip that I clipped at the beginning of the stream. But it's like, it is interesting to me that all it takes is like one person to have that kind of awareness that you just had, but then also the kind of confidence and maybe narcissism to kind of just stand up in front of everybody and be like, hey, before we get started, I just wanted to thank so-and-so for allowing us to be here. And thank you all of you folks for being here. And, you can pull the Vervaeke time and attention, but these are, you just fired on my, like, my mammonistic shark brain to like just say that, like, yeah, that's a situation that's like very easy to solve. Don't need a prayer before meals. You just need a charismatic, extroverted person to just know that fact that people are waiting for someone to say, okay, we can eat now. Let someone say amen, kind of a thing. But Tayo's back. Tayo, what say you? What's the culture like in the UK, or whatever you wanted to talk about? Because I'm trying not to go back into host mode because Phoebus hates it.
No, it's good. I missed the part on Wokel, so I wasn't sure what you were trying to do there.
Oh, well, he talks about like cool kids and elites, and the fact that like in basketball, for instance, and this is true of all professional sports, but like hockey's probably better because there's all of the different distinguishers between like minor leagues and college players and high school players. Like the best player on your high school team will go to a college, and the best person on the college team will go to the minor leagues, and the best person on the minor leagues goes to the pros, and those best of the pros go to the all-star game, kind of a thing. And so most folks have no clue how far away. If they just like play hockey with their friends on the weekend, they forget how far away not only are they from the best person that was on their team growing up, but how far that person is from like the best person in the NHL. But then there is, I wanted to rewatch it again because my thoughts have not fully formed on how, I don't remember how that connected to what he was talking about in terms of like there being a cool kids and a cruel kids and that kind of rebellion.
He was saying the guys at the very, very top come around to not being so competitive. They're playing the game at a different level, that they actually want to play with people who are down the ladder.
Us, yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but think when he was talking about that very specific thing, I was like, is he literally trying to critique all of TLC right now to just tell us like, you guys are small potatoes. Like if you were in the room with Jordan Peterson, you wouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah. Well, we are small potatoes.
We are.
Yeah.
But we're chill potatoes too, Sorry, nobody answered my question about whether Ireland was part of Brexit or not.
I did in the comments.
Oh, I missed it.
Part of the danger of this moment is that we can sort of play with the top guys, or we have access to them. 100 years ago, who had access to everything Aquinas ever wrote. And now we can just like spend an evening, pull something out of it. Yeah.
We have machines that we can program to study Aquinas and speak as Aquinas using the words that Aquinas would have used and the arguments he would have made. Which is
I haven't gone down that at all. It
me neither.
Scares me. Okay, let Tayo talk.
Go, Tayo.
Hi guys, how are we doing? Everyone okay? Alright, boom. So, no, McMo, you don't get to speak. Go on. What you got?
We were asking you about the cultural stuff now that you've gotten back from the chicken shop.
From the Chinese shop, yeah, mate.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to bring it back to you put your Twitter, Fleabers. You made a quote about civilization. I put it in the chat as well. Basically, the image bearers are called to create the kingdom. Something. Wait, let me scroll up. Do you remember the tweet I'm talking about, Flavors?
Yes. You trying to open a can of worms, the infinite loop?
No. Well, I think we're there because if you're asking about the Christian status of the UK, you're asking about the culture. You're asking how Christian is the UK culture. And then...
Seabax and PVK.
That's gonna be me and Seabax on Wednesday if he doesn't.
Seabax is as shameless at just like posting photos of and with, TLC celebrities as I am shameless about grifting. And if you want to either cure Seabax's shame or my shamelessness, donate to my Ko-Fi link.
But yes, Flavors.
Yeah.
Do you get the point I'm making about culture and Christianity?
No.
So when you ask what's the status of Christian culture, you're speaking in terms of Aaron Renn's negative world, positive world, right?
Sort of, but I guess I was asking if the UK actually has a negative world because I don't buy it from Renn in America.
I think PVK and a lot of the people PVK has spoken to have talked about the UK's negative world on Christianity, but I'm Nigerian. There is no negative world in the Nigerian British community. It's very much still a positive world. Now, what the kids are doing might not be what the parents would like them to do, but even when they're not completely fasting and praying like the parents would like, there's a nominal Christianity that follows them.
We can hear that.
You could hear that? Sorry.
A little bit.
What do you think?
It was like the soft music that PVK ruined for me forever. It's another one of those things that you remember. He was laughing about how the end of the service and the soft music comes on. It's like the pastor is coming up behind you and giving you a shoulder massage. And that's all I can think of now when people try to manipulate my emotions. Yeah.
It's pretty funny. I mean, but it feels good to get your shoulders rubbed. You shouldn't go through a whole life without ever having your shoulders rubbed.
I also wanted to jump in earlier, but I was chasing the Chinese because Fluba, there's something you and I spoke about a while back now about the difference between the metagelical Christians that are coming into the church and the Christians that never left the church, and where some of the dissonances between the both camps see what the Christian manifestation should look like. And I think there's part of that is also tied into the conversation about Christian culture, because there's an expectation that the ones that never quote unquote deconstructed have of what Christianity is, that the ones coming in don't really hold to. They've got a much looser standard of what being a Christian looks like.
Yeah, when you're born in the water, you don't know it's water. And you have to go through a process of owning that environment or something.
Yeah, and I see it from both sides. I see the the wisdom of not doing the older brother thing when someone's returning back home and hold a grudge against them for having gone away.
Yeah.
At the same time, there is a way in which things are being run that you can't have too much change too quickly, because the newly reconstructed have a lot of ideas about what Christianity should be and how it should be, how it should be preached or not in some cases, and there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from the ones that deconstructed and came back, and the one that never even deconstructed but found their way through ayahuasca, for example, ended up in a church service. And now we're in a Bible study talking about the book of Daniel. And you're like, oh, those images remind me of the trip I had when I was on. And conversation's not going to go so well with the good folks that are there already. So there's a conversation that needs to be had about how to square that circle.
Yeah, that's good. Part of that parable is the younger brother comes back and the older brother actually kind of gins up what actually happened and makes it sound like things were a lot worse. I think if you read it carefully, he suggests that he was doing worse things with his money than maybe he was. So, yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about it like that.
Phoebus, how could you get worse than spending your inheritance on loose women? How could it be worse than loose women?
Because I don't think it actually says that's what he did, but that's what the older brother implies. I'd have to read it again, to be honest. Also, I have a soft spot for pigs. So
I thought you were gonna say you have a soft spot for the older brother, which I kind of do, honestly. I feel like I was the older brother in the first half of my life up to this point, and then the second half of my life I was the younger brother, which is a great mercy. You know, it's better to go from the older brother to the younger brother than probably vice versa. If I had to guess, but
yeah, a la DBH. That painting of the prodigal son, I really like that painting. The Dutch one.
It's good.
And yeah, maybe it would have been nice to have a speculative one for the older son. A second painting for a second reconciliation.
Well, are you familiar with Tim Keller's Prodigal God?
Probably. You'd have to remind me. I've listened to most of his sermons, so.
Well, he makes the point that the term prodigal is not actually in the text, right? And so there's a sense in which, and I'm pulling up that painting in the background, but Keller basically makes the case that like all three were being prodigals in some sense, that there was the younger son runs away from the home and wastes the money. The older son kind of misunderstands or rejects the character of the father, and then the father is kind of scandalous in his seeming lack of care of the younger son's wrongdoings.
Yeah. And decorum.
Right? And so there's all these things at work. Obviously, it's a parable by Jesus Christ, the incarnated Logos. I'm not trying to say that we've gotten the full interpretation of the parable or anything like that, but it does. So I think Keller makes the point that it is because it's meant to point towards the love that the Father, capital T, capital F, has for the Son, but also us as co-heirs, kind of a thing. That there's a sense in which, and this was back in the Restless Reform days where it was kind of cool to be edgy. And so I think Keller was kind of doing something like that, where he was like, you know what's really edgy, folks? The love of God.
Uh,
which he can be forgiven for that. But
he's not wrong. It's what's the CCM song? It's reckless love of God.
Yeah, like a sloppy wet kiss. And James is back, and he's coming. I'm not sure what pride is pointing towards.
It's only scandalous if you believe in that.
That's Jason. Is that James?
That infinite gap.
Jason. Did I say James? Jason. I think, was it Jason Rodney who was with us yesterday, or was it somebody different? I don't know anymore, dude. Too many names. My Overton window. My Dunbar number has once again exploded. It's a foolish thing for me to do to get into a situation where I could meet more people than I could remember names. So forgive me, James or Jason, if you're not the guy from yesterday. But sorry, what were you about to say, Phoebus?
Yeah, part of that scandal is the understanding of the infinite gap between us and God. Sorry, I was just reading the comments, so I'm a little thrown off. Chad was asking about my thoughts on what did he say? Pastor voice. What did he say? Oh, enchanted pastor voice. Yeah, it's interesting. It's some people have natural gifts, and then sometimes you can realize the power they have over you. And that's kind of what that David Bentley Hart Substack was about, is that he's no longer enchanted by the power of religious ceremony. So, but he is enchanted by that painting. Maybe not that one specifically. I am.
I've been going back to watch some old PVK videos, which I do every once in a while, just start binging videos, random videos from 3 years ago. An algorithm feeds me more of them the more I do it. And one of the things that's, speaking of enchanted pastor voices, when PVK gets into his preacher mode mid video, oh, it's a sight to behold. It's always lovely. I've not seen him do it as much recently.
Yeah. He's been too busy, and he's kind of out of his groove. I shouldn't comment too much. He's finding a new groove, but it's been very busy too. Lots of stuff going on.
Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, every pastor has a pastor voice. It's just kind of, comes with the territory. I think it's actually, I've met a few pastors whose pastor's voice was so much like their regular voice, or at least they were doing their pastor voice so often that it just became their regular voice. There's committing to the bit, and then there's committing to the bit.
LARPing harder.
You could always be LARPing harder. Also, Jason, I'm sorry I didn't remember you, brother, but yeah, he was like subscriber number 2, and he knows what's supposed to be happening. Hit that Ko-Fi link, folks. Yeah, I go in and out with PVK's preacher mode. I think sometimes it's exactly what I need, and then sometimes I'm just not hearing it. But the thing is, that's how I was in church too. When I used to hear a sermon from the same guy every week, I was, sometimes I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so grateful that God has put him in this position over me in my life. And then sometimes I was just kind of like, Cap. It's like, I know you too well. That's Cap, kind of a thing. But I do think Phoebus is 100% right that it does have to do with gifting. Some people are just very good public speakers. Some good people are very good encouragers, preachers, mind control users, rhetoricians, sophists. There's all these words we have for them. But to use those skills to kind of encourage the body, to teach the body, I think is what they were meant for. I can't think of a better use of them, right? So I have grace for people who are very gifted speakers, but it requires, it's Spider-Man. Great power comes great responsibility. You can't be, you got to be repentant. That doesn't get you out of repenting.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of teachers, I miss PVK's Bible study.
Yeah. Yep. Or even Sunday school. I enjoyed those. Yeah. Speaking of great power, so I'm just thinking again of that David Bentley Hart you had asked me to summarize. Kind of near the end, he basically says he doesn't think existence is really a gift, and he'd be okay with just dying and never existing again.
What did Kanye say to Kid Cudi? We all go through that emo phase, bro.
Anyways, so that was interesting. McMo, where do you get that? So he was talking about where he gets his experiences, music, art, much more reliably than actually going to church. Personal question, where, you were talking about how those pastors were speaking to you and how that moved you. Where are you moved right now?
Where do I go? To the end of my rope. No, it's
Is this too much for the chill stream?
I don't think so. I think I can keep it fairly chill. I think maybe at a first attempt at an answer is that I'm not in search. I've had enough mystical experiences to last a lifetime. Maybe is a good way to put it. That's not what it's all about or what I'm all about, and I don't really go searching for those. Now, some of this is, maybe it deserves to be said, post multiple dark nights of the soul, where I did previously, that was what I wanted. As the deer panteth for the water, so my soul panteth after the situations. And the kind of pattern of death and resurrection, which I don't think I'm like done, that's like, it's not done with me kind of a thing. So like I'm sure that there will be kind of ecstatic moments of closeness and experiences of the divine in my future. But I think if DBH said that he didn't think existence was a gift, I'm so far on the opposite end of that I, my temptation is to not make fun of him for saying something like that. It's like, oh, really? You life's just too damn hard for you. Sorry, brother. But yeah, some of that is because I've had a peculiarly easy couple of months, maybe 6 months or so. Ever since post hurricane, my mood has been much better. I haven't had as much depression, as much neuroticism.
Praise God.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. But I guess in response to that question, yeah, I can listen to music and it can come upon me. I can be reading Kierkegaard and it can come upon me. I can be making a beat and it comes upon, I can be taking a walk late at night before bed. I can just look out at the stars and cry. Like I'm kind of, if anything, I'm so sensitive to that feeling of just wonder and tempted to kind of abandon all my responsibilities to, for the sake of studying a flower for the rest of my life, that most of my connection with the divine recently has been it's been in the dialectic of trying to work harder, like trying to be a better employee, trying to be a better husband, and seeing the ways in which I fail, but thanking God for kind of teaching me, that I'm, not a 10 out of 10 husband. I'm not a 10 out of 10 employee. And gosh darn it, I'm not even a 10 out of 10 YouTube live streamer. But we'll get there, folks. Donate to my Ko-Fi if you want me to raise out, And I got Jacob in trouble, apparently, too. Sorry, Jacob.
I just wanted to say I think the reason DBH wrote that article is because he's bummed that Trump got the presidency.
Oh, can't hear you. Could barely hear that.
Oh, that's funny.
Huh? Can you hear me now?
Apparently Phlebas heard you, so maybe it was just me, but could somebody restate?
Repeat it. Sherry said
he's bummed that Trump won the presidency. He's got Trump derangement syndrome so bad. It's not. And when I heard you guys saying he didn't want to exist, I'm like, good Lord. That's all I could say.
Dang, Trump broke DBH's brain.
I should qualify that a bit. He said he doesn't really see existence as a gift, and he was connecting that also to the problem of evil, which he really struggles with. But for me, it's like, if that's such a problem, you got to hang on to the resurrection, where he was kind of giving that up. He was like, I don't even care about resurrecting.
Universalism's not so cool if Trump's going to be there.
No, you know what? It's whole. If you read Doors of the Sea, he stands on the side of Ivan and Brothers K in that, and he tries. He decides he's not going to defend Ivan's argument because, in his opinion, there is no argument against what Ivan says, and there isn't. But at the same time, there's just get back on your horse and go, DBH, right?
Yeah. but even if there's no argument, I mean, the solution to me is the resurrection. So anyways.
That's what happens when you get back on your horse. That's a resurrection.
Yeah, I've been going through, so I don't have any woo experiences, McMo. So you are a rich man, and
nothing to envy. It feels more like mental illness. I feel like if one hit you, you'd be more tempted to think that it was just mental illness than anything else. So yeah, but that's also not to discount them. I'm appreciative. I'm grateful.
But maybe my criteria is wrong, but I regularly cry in church now. So on the download though, I don't show my wife. That's crazy.
That's woo. That's woo.
Letting your wife see you cry, that's for liberals. That's for liberals. Conservative men don't cry. They got to be the head of the household. The head doesn't cry. Maybe that's why you don't have the mystical experiences, Phoebus, because you got to be, if you can't even cry, how are you going to dance before the Lord if you can't even cry in front of your wife? Come on, dude.
Sherry, you're freezing a bit. I don't know if you're trying to talk.
She's freezing, all right. That's why she's wearing all of those layers. Good to see Federucci. Jacob, sorry I got you in trouble with YouTube. That's the risk you take coming on the Christian Absurdist. I told you the first time you were here.
It's not just coming on. He's cloning your stream. That's on him.
Yeah, honestly, they probably would have never caught me if it weren't for you. So don't come here blaming me. I'm blaming you, Jacob. You got me in trouble with YouTube, even though it was my actions. Cassandra says, yeah, you're just trying not to ick your wife out. That could be an act of love, certainly. We lost Sherry. Maybe time for me to post the link again. I keep thinking I pinned it. Yep, Jacob, he's not streaming my stuff anymore. That was the last straw, apparently. It's been a good run being a part of Federucci Productions, Guess I'm just going to have to figure this whole indie YouTube streamer life out. Taya, I'm actually interested in, are you primarily well, now that I'm trying to form the question, so many things are percolating, but I wanted to say too, Phoebus, that there was a sense when I was in church every week, but the majority of my mystical or religious experiences were at church, like just crying like you were talking about. And I thought that was kind of the ceiling for me. I was like, yeah, I've never had like a mystical vision, but I cry in church. The gospel touches my heart, kind of a thing. But then
I saw they were gonna sing "Be Thou My Vision" at that conference. Woo,
woo, boy!
The old Abbey.
And it's that song is meant to be sung with like an Irish or a Scottish or a British accent, like. You got that pentatonic scale. That's just British to the core. But yeah, like then when I stopped going to church, the mystical experiences were much more intense, but they weren't as frequent. And then yeah, so that's where I'm kind of at now, which I don't regularly have like mystical visionary experiences that aren't either intrusive thoughts or regular run-of-the-mill creativity type shit. But I wanted to ask Tayo. I was thinking about all of that because Tayo earlier was talking about how he didn't go to church. Then PVK basically convinced him to go to church, and I would wonder if the the quality, the intensity, the frequency of what one might call a spiritual experience or a mystical vision or something like that. How did that affect it? Did the rate go down? Did the quality go up? That kind of thing.
That's a really good question. Prior to that, I was the opposite of you. I had more mystical experiences when I was in church than when I was away from church. But then since the return, leading up to the return was the most vivid of the experiences so far. Well, it's up there for sure. Maybe not the most, but definitely up there. And now it's more so the crying. Like the last year, especially, I'm usually almost always sad at the very end, at the back. So I just look forward and I see this scalps of white and grey hair in front of me, and thinking about how long they've been serving and still holding on to their faith and still do fighting the good fight and doing the race. It makes me feel part of the church in a way that it's almost mystical, but it makes me emotional. And then we start singing together, and then it's depending on which hymn we were singing that day, it's a wrap.
No crying on my stream, Tayo. Not allowed.
Yeah, we got to sing in Dutch. Excuse me, still recovering. We got to sing in Dutch at New Year's Eve and Christmas with all the old folks. That was interesting.
I was also talking about this with a friend of mine, Joe, who's not a Christian, but he's very Christian curious, but he's got questions and ideas of how things should work, why they're not working that way. But we were speaking about empathy and just the miracle that it takes to have empathy for someone else, truly have empathy for someone else. And one of the things I remember telling him is one of the experiences that's fairly common to most people when they have their Christian conversion is you start loving strangers in a way that's almost freaky. That you're like, why do I care about everyone I'm on this train with in a way that's so visceral? And that's an experience that I wish I was more attuned to than now compared to when I first had my Christian conversion.
Well, it has always been like somewhat interesting to me the ways in which some of those early Christian experiences can become like laws unto themselves for many believers, to where it's like, because I had this one experience on the train where I felt the divine love of God for every person I laid eyes on. The fact that I'm not experiencing that the next day when I ride the train means that I'm probably in sin, like the fact that I've lost the eyes to see, is my salvation in jeopardy? What do I do? When there's this is why I'm like, I almost want to talk about multiple different me's, where there's like the pre-Christian me, and as much as I could say pre-Christian as like a child, but then there's the like childlike faith, and then there's the young, restless, and reformed. But the point is that I'm kind of wanting to put all of this in the dialectic of kind of like God's ultimate idea of sanctification for me, and obviously for each individual, and the ways in which it's like when God gives you the mystical vision on the train, maybe there is a sense in which he wants you to realize that that's what it could be if you were like you should be. But then there's also just a sense of like, you can't really know the divine purposes of God other than kind of what he's revealed in scripture and some of the stuff you can reason to through rationality or whatever. But at the end of the day, you're still at his mercy. And so like, if you're gonna have that mystical experience at church, if you're gonna cry at church, or if you're gonna, see everybody on the train and love them and all of that stuff, then, there's, even if that's true, that is what you're gonna do, there's no, guarantee or instructional manual that's gonna like take you out of your own way, right? Like you're still gonna be stuck with you in some real sense, and so that becomes, in my opinion, there's a sense of like post a few dark nights of the soul, that kind of like everyday awareness of like, oh, in different times of my life or in different situations, I would have known, I would have known exactly what to do, or maybe I would have felt a certain way. But that kind of wrestling with that idea, to me, is what might as well constitute a mystical experience, because I'm still in that relationship with Christ where I'm wanting to love him by following his commands and also to feel that love. And so, yeah, there, and Chad says, sainthood is costly, head in the clouds, feet on the ground. And also, Cassandra, have a good day at church. Maybe you cry. Who knows? Maybe Cassandra cries at church today.
Happy crying. Just go on, Flavors.
Well, what you were saying there, McMo, that's why I've actually enjoyed this fight over the Ordo Amoris, is because there is like a rule, but there's also that absurd other half of the Christian life where it's sort of irrational and you can't reduce it all to the rule. And I bet if you went and actually read the original material on that, it also doesn't reduce it all to the rule. But anyways, it's been stimulating that whole discussion along those lines of jumping back and forth.
Tayo?
The way I sort of framed what McMo was saying in my long conversations with Joe is I use that as the reason why I've never lived in a disenchanted world, because that relationship has been of wrestling with God has been so salient since I was young. But at the same time, I also said to him this, I wish I had more not mystical experience per se, but deeper feeling in prayer. That's something that my heart is currently thirsty for, is prayer not having to be a struggle the way it currently is. And I can just slide into the way I have done before, but currently I'm not.
Yeah, these are pretty regular, run-of-the-mill Christian problems.
This is the chill stream, McMo.
Yep. You're right. Yon God says that's because you're not satisficed with your life, Tayo. Get satisficed. He corrected himself.
A mixture of sacrifice. Oh, okay. No, stick with it, because you can say that's a mixture of sacrifice and satisfied.
Yeah.
If you sacrifice more, you'll be more satisfied.
Had only Yon the courage to be the least bit poetic, he could have really pulled off a humdinger comment there. But, he got self-conscious. He doesn't want anybody to think he's a dum-dum. We think you're smart, Yon God. You don't think you could have let that one slide, bro.
And you still get your tape up badge.
Yeah, feelings and prayers are odd things, right? Like, I feel like the rule of thumb for me growing up in prayer, and it wasn't until later that I found out that this was a Kierkegaard quote, but that it's basically the essential idea that that prayer is not meant for you to like ask God things. he knows what you need and what you want, and like it's not like you're letting God in on some little secret that you had that you were keeping from him, but that it's kind of meant to the process of, even if imaginally, putting yourself in front of the presence of God and speaking from the heart, that activity is meant to change who you are. And it's not something, if you do it right, coming before the Almighty God as best and as honestly as you can is not something that should result in nothing. But even still, as I'm saying that, like, you can only really believe that through faith, right? Like, there's no, because every atheist knows that he's like convinced himself that he asked God for something and God didn't answer, and so God's not real, right? And every Christian has had that experience of like, oh shoot, am I praying before the Almighty Creator of heaven and earth anymore, or am I just kind of like talking in my head now? And so, and now I'm remembering that Catholics and Orthodox keep their eyes open during their prayers, and I still haven't. We learned that last weekend, and I still haven't gotten over that. Or last week, I still have not gotten over that. That is crazy to me that the Catholics and the Orthodox keep their eyes open during their prayers. Very, very crazy.
We do that in our liturgical prayers, but definitely not in private.
We can summon McMo.
I want to talk about which.
What is it? It's all you have to do is say Kierkegaard.
We'll see if he stops in the chat later.
Sorry, I had to do it. I mentioned it, and I didn't get the branding beforehand, so sorry.
That's okay. I should go. My sanctification is almost entirely facilitated by having a family. And I really admire you guys, because if I was in your position, I think I would be doing a much worse job. So I admire your faith, Tayo. You as well, McMo. But I should log off.
I admire your faith as well, Fleevis, but more than that, I admire your good looks. And that's just speaking of the gifts that God gives, and you don't know what to do with them sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Did my best.
Thanks, Fleevis. Thanks for hanging.
See you, Chad. Good luck.
I like the idea of Chad being on his way to the hospital, driving like 100 over the speed limit, just like with YouTube at hand, just kind of, commenting about how much he loves Fleebus genuinely and sincerely. I love it.
Yeah, I was imagining more so in the waiting room, just something to distract them.
True.
Beautiful face did the job.
Well, Chad's in the middle of one of those like life moments right now, right? Like I've assumed that like, it's probably one of those surreal moments that he'll either remember every second of or like black out for most of it, kind of a thing, because it's very intense. It's a new human being. We finally get to meet her, kind of a thing. Very, very exciting.
If it does black out, we've got the stream to remind him of the moment. Yeah.
Sherry, you're off mute. I should full screen you because you've got the picturesque. Now, in the future, we would ask that Sherry, put us portrait, or not portrait mode, but landscape mode, so we can see the landscape. But doesn't that just look like a Bob Ross painting? I mean, good grief.
I actually quite enjoy this portrait mode of this one tree, and then surrounded by the field of trees in the distance. It's working.
It is a beautiful composition. I just wish that StreamYard would cut out the black squares on the side. It's like I don't need it to be the same shape as the other squares, but I don't like...
Yeah, I agree.
I don't like the big black bars on the side.
Whoa. You don't like what?
Yeah, I don't like the big black bars on the side. If they were white, maybe I could tolerate them, but no.
If they were white, they would bend better into the snow.
This is why Jacob won't stream my show to his channel anymore.
Well,
what a loss. What a loss. An absolute loss.
Actually, it is, because I'm sure you can get some subscribers from Jacob Scrivener to your channel. You're still criminally undersubscribed to as a channel.
That's all right. Yeah, I often have twice as many views as I have subscribers on a live stream, which is nice. Not to brag. You know, I don't really care about it. I'm mostly here to chill and make some beats and grift for my own Ko-Fi. You know, the huge.
Jason's comments. Tall white boys are prone to pass out watching childbirth.
I don't know what Mark... Is Mark Parker talking about me? Am I the Southern man at hand? And now my dog wants to go out.
The shoe fits. Cinderella.
Cinderella. Maybe I'll drop the link again. Hit some branding. Yeah. Chad knows what happened. You always must vet VNA video playlist. It wasn't one of your videos, Chad. It was one of mine. I wasn't even using your playlist. I was using my own. So that's it's completely on me. You know, it's all my fault for sure. 100%. And my dog is going crazy. So I'm going to play some... Actually, I'll play the music that I've got so far with the original clip. And we'll listen to it. And because we just lost Sherry, so now it's just me and Taya. Taya, you okay with a little potty break here?
Yes, sir. We got Bill what?
All right. I'm removing you. I'm removing me, my mobile. And then, like I said, if you want to send me some visual substrates, that'd be very helpful. I can play them while I'm playing the music, and they won't get copyright struck. Well, maybe they will if you send me something that's copyrighted. You know, who knows? But it's helpful. It's helpful. Let's do this one, and then I'll play.
You see this thing going on of all of the, like, if you looked at all of the deconstructors from McLaren, Jones, Kimball, like, you know, even like Diana Butler Bass, Karen Swallow Pryor, they're all married, they all have kids, there's no sex scandals, none of them, or very few of them, are gay or queer.
Right.
These are non-practicing libertines.
I know. We've seen this forever. Look at Barack and Michelle Obama, and look at Donald Trump and any of his wives.
Yeah,
and if you were to ask performatively who's the conservative, you see Barack and Michelle Obama. You know, forget Jennifer Aniston and whatever's going on with People magazine, but Barack and Michelle Obama living like Puritans, but promoting, you know, liberty or license. And the other way around, and Donald J. Trump being the family man and his children of 3 wives, and I don't know how many abortions he funded in all of the years. I lived outside of New York City. Donald J. Trump is a well-documented man, but this is the crazy moment we're living in, where Donald Trump is the conservative hero, where it's like, okay, so at some point, you know, every angle you get. So then you're going to say, okay, well, it's all about the decisions you make in your own life. That, in fact, is the true vision of authenticity about what you do. And to a degree, that's exactly right. But at the same time, none of us...
Where does that vision come from?
What's that?
That vision that you came up with your own, uninfluenced by your culture?
Yeah, exactly.
So all of these people, like, and that's sort of the other thing here is that part of this is like the aristocracy of self-control. Like all of these academics have shown, like, you know,
because that's how you get a PhD. You don't get a PhD by smoking pot and sleeping around. What you get that way is poverty.
Yeah, the people who do get a PhD by smoking and sleeping around are the people who are so inordinately gifted that they can do stuff. So that's like Jimi Hendrix, right? Like, I'm going to smoke a joint and just play, because he's just so gifted that he needs to be outside the system. He can't thrive. The system cannot contain his genius.
Right. But it's not scalable. That's not a scalable strategy. So the scalable strategy for children watch our eyes, not our lips.
You see this thing going on of all of the, like, if you looked at all of the deconstructors from McLaren, Jones, Kimball, like, you know, even like Diana Butler Bass, Karen Swallow Pryor, they're all married, they all have kids, there's no sex scandals, none of them, or very few of them, are gay or queer.
Right.
These are non-practicing libertines.
I know. We've seen this forever. Look at Barack and Michelle Obama, and look at Donald Trump and any of his wives.
Yeah,
and if you were to ask performatively who's the conservative, you see Barack and Michelle Obama. You know, forget Jennifer Aniston and whatever's going on with People magazine, but Barack and Michelle Obama living like Puritans, but promoting, you know, liberty or license, and the other way around, and Donald J. Trump being the family man and his children of 3 wives, and I don't know how many abortions he funded in all of the years. I lived outside of New York City. Donald J. Trump is a well-documented man, but this is the crazy moment we're living in, where Donald Trump is the conservative hero, where it's like, okay, so at some point, you know, every angle you get. So then you're going to say, okay, well, it's all about the
All right, I'm back. Need to remove the visual substrate here. And it's just me now. I need to add back Ty. So, Tayo, another question for you. You usually attend sometimes multiple churches on a Sunday. And then today you've got a Sunday where you don't attend anywhere. What's the difference?
The difference being why I didn't, or the difference being how I feel on days that I do and days that I don't?
Either.
I definitely feel it on days that I don't go to church, which I'm grateful of, because there was a times when that feeling of missing the gathering of the brethren wasn't really there. So I try to make sure I go. I don't miss too many Sundays in a row, but sometimes I do. And oftentimes it's as a result of not deciding the night before which church I'm going to.
How do you decide?
As the spirit leads, I suppose. I try to go to them. Well, all of them are near enough that I can, within walking distance or biking distance, so that there's no excuse of distance. But there's those churches together in Saddleworth meetings that I'm a part of. Sometimes I speak to some people in there and I want to visit their church, so that sometimes influences it.
So you just meet people basically, so you don't really have like a process. It's just however the spirit leads.
Exactly.
I'm postmodern as fuck, dude.
Where are you? Where are you? Speaking of church, where I'm postmodern. Yes, I love that, Brandon. Where are you on your pre-hurricane? You were planning on visiting Jordan and his. I was gonna say cult, but they're not a cult. Community.
I'm glad I didn't. Is one thing I could say. What else could I say? I'm glad I didn't go because I think before the hurricane, it was a type of thing that I was, or it seems to be the type of church that I would have gotten to and pretty much just dismissed for it being kind of a run-of-the-mill big Eva type of situation, or very, very close to the type of situation I was in Savannah. And so in one sense, I'm really glad the hurricane came through the week I was going to go, because I kind of feel like I probably would have just been a little triggered immediately and maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to put it into words because ultimately I still haven't been, so I don't. I'm not actually judging it with any from anywhere or on anything. But since the hurricane, yeah, seeing their response here locally and kind of specifically in Black Mountain, of course, in Swannanoa, but it's not like they've garnered a reputation or anything like within Asheville. But it was cool to see how they kind of, and how Jordan tells the story of them kind of getting into gear. On the other hand, it just has a lot of the kind of cultural, what's the right word? In-group affirming rituals. Like there's ways in which people in Big Eva speak, and the one example might be doing, like they would say, like doing life with each other rather than just like living with each other. I'm sure you've heard this. Like we need to do life with each other.
That's Christian 101.
Yeah. Or like we want less lines and more circles. Talking about the pews as opposed to like a small group kind of thing. And so there are some cultural triggers for me in that just remind me of the worst of Big Eva that I now know are kind of just true of his church, which doesn't make it a worse church necessarily. It's more just like that's the type of culture, and just as I might be bored during a high Latin mass, there's little things that subjectively aren't my favorite. At the same time, I'm also kind of glad that I didn't like find them and immediately join and become a part of their community and be like, I have a church now. And I think the reasons that I'm glad that didn't happen, I might keep a little bit more private, but needless to say, they're very deep things going on in my psychology as it pertains to joining small and growing churches, we'll say.
Yeah, that's understandable. This is a chill stream after all. You mentioned Big Eva there. One of the reasons why I'm still trying to meet and have a chat with Bethel McGrew is so she can give me a breakdown of Big Eva, the baddies in Big Eva that she's always fighting against, why she's fighting against them. Because I find it so interesting, the American evangelical culture and the fight within it. They trickle down.
I'm not sure it would be anything different than like a very pretty standard, like Megan Basham, anybody who's pro or who got kind of infected by the woke virus is not fit to serve. I think it would be kind of along those lines that would be her biggest problems. That's just my guess from the little I know about her.
That would be disappointing. Because
Do
that
what?
book was terrible. I said that would be disappointing because I did read Megan Basham's book, well, read most of it, and it was terrible. I did not. It was not a fun read. It was. It felt like a Tunji and I listened to. We listened to an audiobook, and
You guys listen to it together? That's so cute.
This was back when voice chat was really popping.
Dang, the golden days.
The golden days of BLM voice chats. And I think we both said this feels like it came out pre-election. It felt like a part of the election cycle rollout for the Conservatives.
Oh, so from the outside looking in, it seemed very much American political issues of the day.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. But yeah, so I would be disappointed if that's her analysis as well. I think I would not be surprised if I'm expecting her to share a lot of the same. I mean, they're on the same side of the culture war. But I was going to mention someone like Jackie Hill Perry, who to me
Yep.
doesn't seem like a big giver, but she's very much a big giver in some ways because she's got a book, I think, is the reason, and goes to conferences. So I don't know if it's a political thing exclusively or it's a doctrinal thing. Because from the outside looking, it does feel more political than doctrinal.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with some of the dynamics that Wokal was talking about, like in group, out group, mass formation, what's cool, what's in vogue. Um, like there was a real sense in which um, a kind of wokeness or liberal affectation was not only a mistake on theological grounds, but it was also a mistake on aesthetic grounds. Like that there's a sense in which it shouldn't have even been cool to be a rapper theologian kind of a thing. Like that's the kind of vibes I feel like you're talking about.
Yeah, something like that.
I do remember one time I went to Passion City Church in Atlanta, and I was just struck by how many attractive and cool like people dressed like to impress. You know, it was like the hot kids. I grew up in Savannah, and there was a similar feeling the first time I went to Charleston. And it's they've done studies apparently, and Charleston is like one of the most attractive cities. Like the people are the most attractive in Charleston. You know, whether you measure it on like
Ain't that
like
what there was there a riot or KKK people? I don't know.
that's Charlottesville.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about Charleston. Yeah, Charleston, South Carolina. Charlottesville, North Carolina. Easily misunderstood from somebody so far away. But yeah, it's just to say that there's like this, or there was this thing with Big Eva, where they were like the shiny, cool, culturally it people, um, and so some of it, I wonder to what extent it's like the conservative dorks want to be the cool kids again. You know, like to what extent is all of our politics like the
I see.
jocks? Like I saw somebody say that like the RFK and Trump is like the jocks and the nerds ganged up on the theater kids to like, ganged up to defeat the theater kids, and that's basically what our political system is.
Yeah, and then add in the tech bros. It makes sense. I see it.
Yeah, they're the nerds. That's Elon and Trump. You know, Trump's the jock, I guess. Doesn't seem
Yeah,
very coordinated to me, though. But way more coordinated than our last president.
I think JD Vance is more a jock. He's got the bros.
Unfortunately, he is a little jockey, but unfortunately, no, he is like a debate team nerd. Like you know, that's the thing to me is like it's been a very like Obama was like the first, I think, in my lifetime politician to be considered like cool. You know, I mean, I guess Bill Clinton. I think they thought Bill Clinton was cool. They called him America's first black president, which is funny. You know, if Clinton can be America's first black president, I think I can be the blackest person in TLC. Just saying.
That I think you're the most black in TLC for sure.
Yeah,
Black and
it's a point of privilege, but it also I don't have any privilege because of that, right? Like, just trying to figure it out.
yeah. How do you cash that privilege in? By saying cool black things to black people and then invite you to the cookout, I guess.
Yeah, I have to lay down my crown at the altar of Ta-Nehisi Coates.
It's so crazy. I remember when do you remember Barefruit, the clothing brand?
Yes, I wanted a hat so bad, and I could
Say,
never afford it because I was just a poor kid.
the guy that created it, he had a comic book podcast that I used to listen to, and that's how I first came across Ta-Nehisi Coates. Was when he was writing a comic. I didn't realize it was such a controversial figure in the
Well,
in
he's
the
the guy that made Jordan Peterson the Red Skull, right?
yeah, probably. That's yeah. I was so naive to the culture war from until probably what till Trump. Not even then. I remember when Trump got elected. It was just the funniest day on social media from the outside looking in.
I thought it was pretty funny from the inside looking in too. Um, but I will say that was probably about only a few months before some of the events that initiated my time in the wilderness transpired. So it's kind of like, that I definitely am among the people whose lives irrevocably changed in 2016. So that's an interesting thing for me to look back on and consider.
I was trying to come up with a different Trump derangement syndrome, but it's Trump disruption syndrome.
No, maybe it's more like I wasn't deranged. I was inflamed. No, that's not it. That's not it.
That's the Hive Mind can figure that one out.
Yeah, somebody give us a better. We need a.
Oh, we lost Cassandra.
I know she would have been perfect for this. She would have been perfect for this. I can't believe that Cece Moole has actually never heard of Big Eva. That's kind of crazy to me. McWoke officially is cool. Yes, this is true. McWoke. Yeah, it's not that McMo is the blackest person in TLC. McWoke is the blackest person in TLC. That's right. That's closer to the truth.
McMo's always been cool. That's if you're smart and funny, you sort of win the cool lottery. Even when you're not cool, you're cool with the cool people, so you get away with it.
Yeah, I realized pretty early on that I could just pretend to be cool, and like half of the people would believe me. So if like half of the people believe you, you're basically cool anyway. So just pretend.
I remember coming to that realization going from secondary school to college, which is American high school. It's 17, 18 years.
Yep, that was about the age. That was about the age for me too. I was like 7th grade. Basically, let me see if I can put it in terms that you would understand. Somewhere around Order of the Phoenix, maybe the Tri-Wizarding Tournament, something like that for you.
Do you know what? I'm such a nerd. I didn't even take that as catch. I didn't even catch the shade. I was gonna, that's actually really helpful. Oh gosh, but eventually I saw the shade and F you for that.
I have a theory that like men are so obsessed with like developmental stages. Like you could kind of see that kind of growing awareness of like what it means to be like a social animal and like what it means to be on the in group and the out group and kind of some of those first kind of awarenesses of like the alpha game that can be played. And my theory is that like men are super obsessed with it because puberty is a much more kind of like ambiguous time period. And like there are markers certainly, but it's not like a woman's first period, for instance. And I'm not trying to get gross, but there is something about that kind of like,
isn't it?
Like there's something about like, yeah, men want to have this. I feel like a lot of men in our day and age like yearn for this kind of coming of age moment where they can like point to and be like, on that day I became a man. And I think my theory is because there's nobody, like there's no first period, basically. There's no clear delineation. You just kind of have to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've reached there yet, so I'll let you know when I man status.
Well, another potential place to do that is like the, the quote unquote quarter life crisis, or when the prefrontal cortex finishes developing. Like these are supposed to be like moments, right? And back in the older days, it would have been like your first hunt, the first time you killed your own elk, the first time, yada yada yada. Getting married is another one, that kind of thing. Now we just have like graduating into the next grade, which basically everybody else does. And so there's no, I've and this isn't original to me. This, I'm not even sure. Yeah, or a bar mitzvah. We don't have a bar mitzvah anymore. I guess the Jews still do.
Join a gang.
Yeah, exactly. You could join a gang. You'll have a rite of passage in a gang. That's for sure. But like, I don't know. My dad actually low key gave me a Protestant bar mitzvah. Like, I think it was my 13th or 14th birthday. He had like a bunch of the men in my life kind of meet. So first of all, we went and played basketball. Me and my buddies went and played basketball at the YMCA. And then after that, we went and ate at the Golden Corral. And while we were at the Golden Corral, my dad had invited like all of these adult men who were like important in my life. So like football coach, basketball coach, church, you know, leader of the RAs, that kind of thing, Bible study leader, all of that kind of thing. And they had all written me like notes in this Bible that my God, that's a Freudian slip, that my father, my dad, had given me. My dad gave me the Bible, but my God gave my dad the Bible.
Sloppy cleanup. I'll allow it.
That's how it works. That's a simple way the human brain works. It's like it's dad's Bible. Dad is God. God gave Bible. God is dad. Obviously, it's all the same thing. This is why metaphors work.
That's a really
yeah.
cool experience, though, to have all of the fatherly figures in your life be there at once, and that's
I mean, I'm telling you, dude. My dad might be on the spectrum, but he nailed being a dad. You know, his special interest was being a father.
Well, grandfather, so get on that.
That's true. Yeah, no, it was really just an investment so that he could be a granddad one day. I should
Willis McMo.
text our family group chat, which is like me and my wife and my sister and my mom and my dad. And he posts a picture of him typing into ChatGPT, tell me about the song The Sound of Silence. And then he posted I should pull it up, but if I pull it up, then you won't be able to hear me, I would bet. But it was something like, he was like, you guys ever heard of Simon and Garfunkel? Great group. And then space. We're hearing now that there may have been 2 shooters at JFK's assassination. And it just made me laugh so hard because it was just. And then he posted a little emoji of like a thinking face, like his little memoji. Just like classic boomer dad behavior. I loved it.
Yeah, my mom had to call me last week because I've been ignoring the family group chat.
Ooh, can't do that, Tayo.
Yeah, I know.
You gotta hit a LOL every now and then.
I don't even do that much, just react with an emoji. That's one of my favorite features that the modern phones have. Is just hearts emoji, laughing face emoji.
Trying to get my dog back inside. He's single-minded. He's only in it for the treats. Maybe that's what you need to tell your family. It's like, hey, maybe I'd participate in the family group chat if you guys had more interesting things to say. I got a bloke in the States whose dad sends him updates on, classic smooth, soft rock and conspiracy theories. What are you guys doing?
Oh my gosh, I do not want my dad bringing politics to the. I think he's bad from bringing politics to the family group chat. We do not need to know what's
why are you gay? You are gay.
Oh my gosh.
That's how I imagine your dad.
He's more British than I am. He was born here. I'm more of the freshie compared to my dad. But he was speaking of Obama and Trump. Obama was the first cool president, and my dad still loves Obama. It's one of the reasons why I can't talk politics with him, because I'm a professional anti-Obama hater because of Libya and
Yeah, the old drone debacle. I'm getting mixed signals on that. I don't know if the facts have been fully figured out yet. So maybe you can hold your hate until we know whether or not those drones did actually kill tons of civilians, just like neighborhoods, small communities worth of civilians. I don't know if the facts have, that's probably, we should probably let the community notes sort us out on that, but
even if it didn't, what was America's business in Libya? I'm fully believe the conspiracy theorist that Gaddafi was going to unite Africa's currency, and Africa would become the new Wakanda, and America were threatened by it, so they killed Gaddafi. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
Well, the existence of Hillary Clinton also makes things a little tricky because, you know, I never want to make a judgment about somebody I don't know. But if there were someone in the world who just seems like they would be willing to just totally destroy a culture and a society because of a problem with their own ego, it may be Hillary Clinton. So, and I'm not trying to defend Gaddafi either. I don't even know anything about that whole situation.
Neither do I, but it hasn't stopped me defending Gaddafi all this time.
Yeah, if you're hearing this Clinton Foundation, I haven't made my mind up yet. So no need to come in heavy-handed with me. If anything, this is Tayo, the MI6 plant in this little corner.
Just don't take up the new gig that's opened up as a chef for the Obamas. That's not good. It's not a good gig.
Cece asks, "You guys, what to argue about justice? I'm guessing do we want to argue about justice?" My guess is Cece's trying to get us on a more Socratic path. She'd probably be more entertained if we were trying to get down to brass tacks on something. I can't remember who Stankenstein is. I think it might be Parsons. But Stankenstein says, if you can't find the bodies, does it even count? Jan God bringing Jesus into it. Can't we just talk about politics without Jan God having to constantly bring up Jesus? Good grief.
Yeah, that's enough of the Christianese.
Yeah, Jan God, stop trying to convert us, bro. It's enough.
Has Young God ever been on the McMo stream? I've not seen him.
He's never come on. He's never joined. He only breaks the fourth wall with Furry David, apparently. Or if we were to grossly misinterpret him or ban him or something, then he'd probably come on. But I don't want to play dirty like that. Uh-oh. Jan, let's see a camera, buddy. You can turn it off. You can turn it off now. I see that it's you. Or you can leave it on, but that's up to you.
Whoa. Unlike Matthew Pilote or Young God accepted the challenge. Well done, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. The shades, the lights, the jellyfish lights in the background. Very, very cool. Jan God, what's happening, brother? Thank you for joining. And we lost him. And now I know twice.
Right.
But Joe's here. Let's remove this. Joe, what's up, dude?
What's cracking, Joe?
I popped on real quick because I was excited for Jan God. Come back.
He was only teasing us, I fear. Only teasing us. And Luke says, and now we're back. Are cool things happening in real time? Probably not. It's probably just us chickens. Just us chickens. Joe, you've been listening. You listened to yesterday's too. You got any insights?
I missed the first 2 hours of today's because I was shoveling snow. But I liked what I heard so far, and yesterday's was awesome. It was a nice varied variety of thoughts and opinions, and it was great. But I don't know.
See, I like the kind of Phoebus once described it to me in a personal, private message as the kind of everybody just trades off giving soliloquies, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't like that as much." But as for me personally, I kind of like that shit. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it. I think it's fun to listen to, at least for me. It kind of feels like the conversation. I don't fear that the conversation is going to get bogged down in a semantic disagreement on words. But if it does, it'll be an interesting bogging down. But, maybe that's just my preference. I'm not trying to say that that's a universal law or anything.
I don't know, but it was solid ship guiding, so that was definitely part of it. But
I can't believe Jan God just came on to just leave us. He's totally playing with our emotions.
Yeah.
A real bummer.
Me.
Yeah, you got Joe to come on, and for what? For nothing, just to give me a compliment. Something that's happened a few times on this stream that I've yet to correct. But if it happens again, just know everybody on here is liable to just get. I'll just cancel the stream.
I almost stopped mid sentence, but then
He's back. He made it. Is he gonna? Are you gonna do it again to us, Jan God? Are you gonna leave us again in the lurch?
No.
Well, he's back and he's got shades on, McMo. Your rule is that he gets full screen. Give them what he's on.
You already gave me full screen.
I did. I kind of already did that, but I'm on. I need to. It takes a little longer to get back to the layout on mobile. But yeah, I already did that once, Tayo. He received. He had his opportunity and he used it to make us look silly by just leaving us again, which is also fine. But Yanni, welcome, brother. How are you doing?
Just trying to participate.
I hear you. I appreciate it. Anything we've been getting wrong lately that nobody's talking about?
Yeah, I wanted to nod to some smart things. Say some stuff.
Everything is fine so far, these are hard times.
Yes, but hard times make hard men.
That could sound gay.
Whoa. You took it there. Whoa. What do you mean hard times? Do you mean it just in the kind of vernacular, like, wars, rumors of wars, people living horrible lives of desperation, and meanwhile the oligarchs are controlling not only what we can do and what we can say, but even to a certain extent what we are even allowed to desire through mind control, advertising, and ultimately taxation when it comes down to it, whether it be a taxation of wealth or a taxation of attention. Is that the tree you're barking up, or am I getting it completely wrong?
Kind of. It's more like who is content and who is not content. And you can be content in a bad situation, and you could be discontent in a good situation. So it's interesting to see who is chilled and who is not chilled. And McMo is a chill dude.
I appreciate that. That's dangerously close to a compliment, but it is your first time, so I'll let it slide. Yeah, I do find a surprising lack of people kind of putting much attention or effort into creating spaces on the internet that are just kind of peaceful, but not in like a lame way. Like anybody can put on 245 hertz and just kind of like empty their mind. But like, I want to be chill with other people, if that makes sense. Like that's kind of why the background has like old dudes chilling. I think that we've just like lost that like propensity to just kind of like sit at a cafe, smoke a couple cigarettes, maybe have a cappuccino or two, maybe drink a couple of beers, like that kind of. And actually, now that I'm saying this, I actually saw a recent, and this was like a big blue church, like mainstream New York Times or the New Yorker or somebody, but they were saying that like studies have shown that dudes need at least like 2 to 3 dude hangouts a week to be like at their most mentally healthy. And so at the end of the day, I'm just trying to provide a little bit of a hangout for folks. You know what I'm saying?
This is our safe space from the feminist world we live in right now.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. This is a safe space for all of the poor men out there who just keep getting beat up by all the feminists. You're safe here, soldier. LOL. No, Sherry, girls are allowed, just no feminists. You have to be a conservative. You have to be like Bridget Fetisi or something.
It's like, sometimes I feel like I want to solve a problem, even though I know the correct answer is to do nothing. And to me, this is I enjoy this kind of parasocial relationship where the strings are extremely minimal, the strings which are attached, and there can be a kind of freedom in speaking because there is no weight of the consequences in a way. But right now I'm thinking of, and because this is parasocial, I'm going to be referencing persons that might not want to be referenced, but because they were online, it's public information. So now I can hear myself going.
Reference away. My bad.
It's just I in a simple way of thinking about it. Like I try to think about McMo's chill versus Tim's lack of chill. And like the question is, how do we get Tim to be chill like McMo? You know?
I don't know if it would be good for Tim to be chill like McMo. In some sense, McMo's chill is specifically for McMo. If I didn't need a chill stream, I don't think I would host one. But everybody's chill is going to be slightly different, and then I guess there are going to be some people who can't chill at all. Which, what a sad state of affairs. I don't wish the inability to, or the disability to chill on anybody. Tayo's back. To chill or not to chill? That is the question. I do think that you raised something interesting about parasocial chilling. In some sense, it is kind of weird, I guess. But Mark Parker, you're joining. What do you have to say, sir? Are you able to chill, Mark Parker? We can't hear you.
No, I had to shut off YouTube so I didn't echo. Calling somebody out like that though is very non-chill. I think everybody's in their own state of mind, and you got to let them. If you really want to be chill, you got to let them be in that place. I suppose the most chill posture would be equanimity in the face of states of mind that you don't like. Okay, good. I'm currently keeping vigil with my mother. I don't know if we weren't sure she was going to make it through the weekend. But she's actually improving right now. So I am in the parking lot 5 minutes from church, and I'm going to head over there. And I thought a nurse was coming over to talk to me. But anyway, she's not. So thank God. But I would let everybody be who they are and let them work themselves out.
Yeah, that seems like a very chill approach. That is the chillest approach.
I am not a chill person. I'm a combative son of a bitch.
Well, you know, chill by its inverse, right?
There you go. Maybe. I don't know.
It is interesting to me that you're kind of mirroring Chad's situation, right? Like he's waiting for his daughter, you're waiting for your mother. Very different waitings, but there's probably a wouldn't
that be ironic? Wouldn't that be ironic if the soul of one left? If the soul of my mother left her body and reincarnated in Chad's daughter.
I don't think it would be a coincidence if the reincarnation was involved.
That's not irony. That's poetry.
Yeah.
Well, poetry can't be ironic, but I'm not sure. But yeah, it's I think she's gonna make it though. So we're gonna we'll see. But yeah, right now she's not very communicative, but she is eating, so that's an improvement from yesterday. So and she's not unhappy, and that's a blessing.
That is a blessing. I think just to kind of close the loop with Tim, I'm sure I didn't do everything I should have done on that stream to make it as good of a situation as it could have been, regardless of chill or not chill. But that being said, I I think you're ultimately right, Mark, that like various people are going to be at various points of their lives when they have the ability or do not have the ability to kind of calmly or in a chill way, communicate what they're thinking about. But that's kind of the thing too, is like, nor should they be. Like, there are some things that when we think about them, I don't think the proper position to be in is chill. So there's a dance there, and calling a stream a chill stream and kind of having the expectation that people are going to chill, one doesn't necessarily follow the other. So I try to let the spirit lead where it may, I suppose. But yeah, I'm definitely not immune to being triggered and becoming unchill. That's for sure.
It's kind of like, though, this, and this will have to be my last thought, but thank you guys for letting me hang out with you for a couple minutes.
Of course.
And I'd love to see you come over to the Woo a little bit, Jan. Even though I accidentally banned you, and I apologize for that publicly. It's like the miracles, you got the one person who gets some miraculous experience of a healing or something, and the 10 others who don't. It can be very triggering. What seems like a radiant blessing from God can produce hellish feelings in others. So you're setting up a situation by saying, this is a place where we all chill. And if the person isn't in that space and they have some very deep, heavy thoughts and emotions working through their minds, your chill, your joy, your bliss can actually provoke a kind of temporary hell for that person until they sort it out. That doesn't mean you can't. That's not for you to just. That doesn't mean you need to forsake your bliss, but you see what I'm saying?
Never. You'll never catch me forsaking my bliss. It does. I think I would agree with you 100% if it weren't for the idea of like the Norm Macdonald moth joke, where a moth walks into a podiatrist's office and he says, "Doc, I got some serious issues. I go to work every day and my boss hates me, and no matter what I do, he's never going to give me a promotion, and that's to say nothing about the kids I got at home, and they're really putting me through it, Doc. I think that when my son looks at me, he doesn't even love me anymore. I don't even know if he knows who I am." And the podiatrist says, "Well, Mr. Moth, that sounds horrible, but why did you come to my office? I'm a podiatrist." And Mr. Moth says, "Well, the light was on." And so as much as I want to be the potential podiatrist to any Mothmen out there, and, if the Lord wills and you want to come on the chill stream and be decidedly not chill, that is your right and your prerogative. But this is a chill stream. So, you wouldn't go to a podiatrist with psychological problems, and, just because the blue light was on doesn't mean you have to follow anything I say. I'm not an expert. I'm just some guy who figured out how to post a YouTube link. So, Mark, I appreciate you coming on.
It's like a beautiful woman can be a muse, or can tempt you into fornication and adultery, and that's all in you. It's all in you. The muse is in you, and the adultery is in you. It's all what you do with it. It's not them to blame. Talk to you guys later.
Bye, Mark. We'll be praying for you and your mother. Thanks for hanging.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
All right. And then there were 4. Any thoughts on what Mark was spitting?
Yeah, I understand why Mark said what he said, because he knows Tim, and I think they speak offline, so probably sticking up for his friend a little bit. But I don't think it's fair to just steamroll Young Goat's question, because I think it's a fair question.
Oh, Tim, Mark knows Tim?
I think well, they speak more than I also speak to Tim. I know Tim and I speak offline as well. And but this is not about him. I wanted to go back to your question about Tim. Your question about chill and how do you transfer the chill, or how do you go from a non-chill mode to a chill mode? And I think that's a fair question to ask.
I think we live in a monkey see, monkey do world, and so you have to be chill, and others have to see you chill, and then they will copy you. So, McMo is doing the correct thing. He is the change he wants to see in the world, and others will emulate it.
McMo was also being chilled in the stream that Tim was in.
I'm decidedly not chill because my dog won't
that's
stop
the whole
barking.
point. The whole point is the feeling of powerlessness relative to some situation, and it's the idea is that no matter what words we say, what needs to happen obviously is something else. So whatever we say to whoever's basically the point is this: I think many persons want to hear a magical sentence. They want a magical sentence that will somehow connect dots in their head. And that's why you hear all the joking about the logos and all this kind of crap. But ultimately, we live in a so-called real world, the real, the physical. And so I don't know. It's almost like you can't do anything. You just have to wait. And so this has to do with fixing things and fixing persons. And I think that's one of the problems. I think about a lot of shit. I think Mark is trying in that micro situation where Mark appeared here. Mark is trying to balance the scales. He's trying to kind of like be diplomatic. And that has its usefulness. But then it's like has to do with canceling out operations. It's like if Mark was chill, then Mark didn't have to interrupt me. Mark didn't have to correct me because I would learn from my mistakes in the future. So the fact that Mark has to intercede and let me know I'm doing something wrong, it's redundant because I will find out in the future that I did something wrong anyway. So there's this. I joked some time ago or whatever. This has to do with there's no such thing as a correct answer. Anything you do is wrong. So it was just a little, I don't know, man. My mind is going everywhere right now, and I don't know, Tayo.
It really do be like that in the bright lights of the McMo chill stream. Sometimes you get out on a ledge with a really good idea and you just lose your footing. But I think you were onto something. I think that you were onto something. Tayo?
I mean,
Joe?
ultimately, I'll just finish it off so I can just
sleep easy at night.
Yeah, sleep easy at night. Damn it, McMo, you made me forget.
Blame McMo.
I'll take the blame on that one. That was completely my fault. But we have something we can do in situations like this. What do? We bring the population of Earth.
You and I can make a difference in our children's future. Overpopulation is linked to pollution, overcrowding, health problems, and poor living conditions. Too many children can mean economic and emotional hardship.
Do you remember what you're going to say now?
It's not that I have anything specific to say. Basically, my error in mentioning anyone, because I started by saying that this is a parasocial relationship, okay, which already has a lot of implications. Many persons will consider parasocial relationships unhealthy. So if anything, you can't criticize me for talking about my parasocial relationship because I'm the one with the problem. Does that make sense? So you can always find everything wrong. And man, I can hear my echo and it's very annoying. But the point is that the fact that you can always find something wrong means there's always something to talk about. And that should be the fun stuff. The fact that there's always something to talk about. Because you can only do so many things. I mean, you can go to a football game or some kind of concert, and you're going to hate standing in line, but you're doing something, and you're going to hate the crowds, but you're doing something. So there's this there's this dichotomy of chilling, reading books, having the universe in your mind, versus embodying or whatever, performing actions. But then you're with the crowd, and now even your own dream, this is the problem of being a tourist, because many tourists expect to go to some place and it's some magical place, and in reality it's just a tourist trap and it's horrible. So there's this problem of the mental world and the real world, and so we should be able to talk about anything, sound as crazy as we want, talk about whomever, as long as we know that it's public and someone else has we're not snitching or divulging private things. And so to be corrected on it is almost frustrating. It's like, why are you correcting me on just how I'm trying, and I think this is part of the problem is there is such a level of, I don't know, trying to control or whatever, that the micromanagement, man, I should be able to talk about whatever and whomever I want. But there's always this kind of little bit micromanagement. Don't you see that when you do this, you might hurt their feelings or you might cause blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if we have to deal with these microaggressions, then real aggressions and actual violence, it's like, whatever. So I don't know. I got flustered because I just came on here to chill. And, when you guys were talking about conspiracy theories, I thought this would be fun. And then, I try to make a comment on the difference between McMo and Tim on their chillness. And then suddenly it becomes I did something wrong. I have to check myself. And it's
check yourself.
Being chill.
Yeah, check yourself before you wreck yourself. The law increases the trespass. Once you make chill the law, then, all we can see is the ways in which we're all guilty of breaking the law of chill. Sherry, I've never seen you break the law of chill.
Really? I'm happy to hear that.
No, I have. I'm just joking. That wasn't a challenge. It wasn't a challenge.
I'm totally tracking with you on God. I'm just like, can I just say whatever I think? And everybody can just hear me.
But I don't think that's fair, because once you taught me this, Sherry, casting spells.
Sure.
Saying words is casting spells, and once you cast them out, there is you're casting them for others to react to, and whatever their story is.
That's an assumption, though. I don't know, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, but there is you're speaking to people. So if you say something to me, I'm going to have to receive that and either decide what to do with that. I could either investigate more into why you think what you think. I could see where that matches up with what I think, or I could see where that differs from what I think. All those options are available to me as a listener, and the quality of the spell you cast has an effect on which of those options I pick as well.
Well, yeah. For me, I take that as being very careful about what I say, right? And I don't mean self-censoring, but I just mean it should be something worth saying. So now we just chill. I just chilled. It was cold outside.
Yeah. Looks very chilly out there. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was. No, it wasn't too bad, actually. It was only -7 this morning, and yesterday it was -18. So I'm happy.
Wait, I just realized that Joe came on with sunglasses, and they looked so natural on his face that I forgot to give him.
You didn't even notice them.
I didn't even notice them. But Joe, you get full screen. Everybody needs to see the cool shades from a cool dude. Sherry, you're gonna have to get some shades for the next time you come on. I think that's what that means.
I've never worn sunglasses ever in my whole life. Actually, no. I have a pair in my car. Do you want to see my sunglasses?
She never went from never wears them to, oh wait, they're in my car.
I think Joe is definitely the most chill.
Yeah, honestly, Joe probably gets the chill awards, the chill VP.
Oh, thank you. I got these glasses for $7 underneath the Empire State Building.
Well, that's a story.
Okay, you're gonna know how old these are when you see them because they're.
If they're not the classic Inuit, just like coconuts with a slit in them, I'm gonna be disappointed.
They're all frosted. Oh, look, and they're broken. So it's been a while. But I have prescription. I need prescription sunglasses, so I can't just wear sunglasses.
I got you.
Okay, here we go, guys. Ready?
Sick. Very cool.
Those are my Matrix glasses, right?
Yeah, you definitely looked like Morpheus there for a second.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
I gotta find my other. I lost my.
Man, I have Morpheus. I have Matrix sunglasses too, and I'm wondering if I should get them now, or if that would be like me being a loser.
No, you got to get them, dude. You got to get them.
Yeah, I've got so many glasses because I would get a little extra cash and then I'd buy myself a cheap frame. And the other day I found a pair and I put them on. I said to my son, "What do you think?" He goes, "Absolutely not."
Yeah,
because they're like from 1980 something.
Well, you probably get used to like it probably just becomes a part of your face. So the people that look at your face a lot probably wouldn't prefer it to change that much.
Oh, I'll show you the pair I wore for years and years and years. I'll go get them. Years and years.
Tayo wears glasses sometimes. I've seen him. I think I've seen you wearing glasses before, Tayo. Have I not?
When? Where? How?
Must have been in my dreams.
Oh, tell about me.
And now we've got Young God with the adequate Neo Morpheus glasses.
Come on.
Come on. Just so you guys know, I have been making something beautiful in the background this entire time. If I do say so myself, I'm not trying to bring in questions on the ontology of beauty or anything like that. But just so you guys know, this hasn't been a completely pointless chill stream. We've had the conversation, sure, but I've also been in the lab in the background. So one of the questions that became a topic yesterday, I'm still kind of thinking about, which is the last time I've changed my mind. And I'm not sure about it.
Answer for that.
The last time you've changed your mind?
Yeah, when was the last time you changed your mind, Sherry?
I'm a woman. I change my mind all the time.
Views and opinions expressed by any individual woman on the McMo stream does not serve as representative of the entire McMo stream.
McMo. These are the first pair of glasses I ever had. And they're old frames, like they wrap around the back of your ear. Ready? I should start wearing them again, actually.
Do you get headaches if you're like reading or looking at the screen without them?
Oh, I can see the screen in my glasses. Look at that. Can you see that?
Yeah. If you look close enough in my glasses, you can see.
No, yeah, I see that too, yeah. No, these are for distance. I also need for close up, but yeah, because I'm, aging.
So you're neither nearsighted nor farsighted.
I'm both.
No, if you were near and farsighted, you'd be able to see near and far.
Oh, is that what it is? I never know.
That's just one of those things that it's the way that we put it, I think, is just like very funny because you can make a sentence like that where it's like, well, you're not blind, but you can't see close up and you can't see far away.
These are actually, I got these in 1984. No, 1987, sorry. And
they're older than me.
They're when they're still like we got the frames in a thrift store. So the frames are gold and they're from the 1800s or something. And then I got these lenses put in and they're glass. And I tell you, glass lenses, I don't know why they got rid of them because they're the best. They never get scratched. They never, yeah. Anyway, I hate plastic crap.
Well, we have another guest. Cece, can we get a voice check on you just so we know it's you?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Not wearing cool shades, so you don't get the full screen.
That's okay.
Maybe one day you should draw your own avatar with sunglasses on. I'd accept that. I'd give your avatar full screen if you made one with
I can make
sunglasses.
that work.
What are you thinking about, Cece?
I don't know. You kind of shut my question about justice down pretty hard, so I guess I'll take that one to the grave. No, so when's the last time you changed your mind? I didn't get the full context of that.
I'm not sure when the last time I changed my mind was. It wasn't a. It struck me as an interesting question because I didn't have an immediate story come to mind.
Does it have to be a changing mind? Like, can you decide instead of walking up to the sheep barn, you're going to take the snowmobile? Does that count?
I guess that counts. I don't mean for there to be rules
Or does it have to
around
be
it.
a philosophical change, like a major shift in consciousness?
I think that would be super interesting if that were the case. But I think what's interesting to me is just how, at least for my own life, I don't have like a running list of things that I changed my mind on. I kind of just assume that my mind is changing and accept present me as authoritative me in some in some real sense, But I would guess that one of the ways in which I've changed my mind is I used to kind of partake in conspiracy, we'll say, with a sort of wink wink and nudge nudge, and didn't really I enjoyed hearing about them, but I kind of enjoyed hearing about it like somebody might enjoy hearing another religion, where it's like, can you believe somebody actually believes this type of stuff? But probably over the last 5 years or so, that's probably been the biggest change, that so much of that stuff has just kind of come out as probably true, or at least worthy of giving a second thought to. So now that I'm kind of thinking out loud about it, that would probably be the biggest change in my mind that I've had over the past 5 years, we'll say. But nothing's coming up in the past month or so, I'm also getting that. Go ahead.
I think I'll have a practical one and then a personal one. So the practical one, I think, is everyone is going to change their minds on Trump to some degree. This is going to be a huge frame shift. By the way, echo. So I think that everyone somewhere between, because they're going to notice this in retrospect. So in 10 years, they will realize that 15 to 20 years ago, they started to change their minds on how they felt as children. So you kind of have this whole movement of how they think about the world, because ultimately this is about not feeling stupid and how you can convince yourself that your misunderstanding of things is not your fault. Because if it's your fault, then you're the retard. So it's the Trump thing and the globalist thing and all this stuff, which kind of started in a way with 9/11. 9/11 jumped the shark. It was too much, and it caused the wheels to start turning. And well, that's already a huge thing. When truther becomes a pejorative, truther became a pejorative. That's amazing. That's amazing. Anyway,
yeah.
The practical one for me would be that, for example, I am, for lack of a better term, I am super duper mega atheist. And the fact that I'm here is kind of weird to me. It's not even that I'm atheist. It's that I don't have a meaning crisis. I tell myself that I understand things and I believe it. So I don't have a meaning crisis. And I get irritated at watching others make money off the meaning crisis of others. And but you have to kind of let it go. You have to let it do its thing, because what are you going to do? You're going to start your own business against those whose business is to milk the meaning crisis. So there's nothing to do. And
you could always donate to my Ko-Fi.
Of course, that is the one exception. Okay. So it's just interesting to see, who I was 5 years ago who I was 5 years ago, I would never be here. If me from 5 years ago saw me here, they would think I lost my mind, which of course I have. So it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah. I'd rather be mentally ill and happy, you know?
Then you have to wonder if you're actually mentally ill. If you're happy.
Right.
Sherry, don't do that. Don't do that, Sherry. I'm crazy, please.
Is this mental health?
So I guess maybe my question, kind of flowing off of that, is when you're talking about like the big shifts in like your philosophical outlook, is it good enough that somebody else gave you a piece of advice and you're like, yeah, okay, that works, and then you shift from there? If you have a question and you don't necessarily have an answer, but somebody else has an answer, even though you didn't ask them that specific question, is it acceptable, do you think, philosophically sound or advisable to take that person's advice?
Well, it depends on the advice.
I would say you could try it and then see what happens, but don't immediately.
Unless it's
kind of like those one and done type things. It's one choice, this or that, and it kind of is a big deal, right? No take back.
You've got one shot, one opportunity.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like if the person advises you to, crunch on a cyanide pill, I don't know if you want to try that one. So I don't know. I mean, it's really, this whole idea that you can't change your mind. For me, it kind of goes to this idea that people have that in the evangelical circles, it was like you have to stay where you're planted. I'm just like, good Lord, why would you do like? It's the same mentality that causes people to ossify. Like if you feel like it's time to put one foot in front of the other, then you should just put one foot in front of the other. That's how I feel.
Do you have free will, Cece?
Free will, absolutely.
So, do you trust your own decisions?
I would say I do, but I am so ambivalent about this possible choice that I would take other people's opinions into account.
Is it chocolate or vanilla?
Basically. But it's kind of gonna flavor the next few years, a significant amount of time.
For once, it's not my dog, but I'm just loving Uncle Jan. Keep going, Uncle Jan.
My dogs are being bad.
I mean, because of course Cece could be joking about something serious, or she could be serious about something joking. So it's hard. These kids are hard these days.
These kids.
Okay.
I can't give
Uncle
a straight
Jan.
answer.
Skibbity toilet, Cece. See how far that gets you. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I think that one's relationship with authority is one way to look at that, because if you're taking someone's advice, or maybe that would be a question, is taking someone's advice the same thing as giving someone authority over you? Like what do we think about something like that?
I don't know, just in general, I think it's maybe just perpetuating however they, do their own authority in the world. So you're kind of becoming maybe like a little part of them. But in my specific situation, yeah, basically.
Do you think that if you make a choice or decision about something that you couldn't change your mind again? Like, is that a final move for you?
In this situation, I think it would have a significant impact on the next 5 to 10 years of my life. Like a real big impact of where I'm going to move with family versus a career and that type of thing. So
Feel free to not answer this, but does it have to do with a boy and or becoming a boy?
I can't say that it does.
Okay, good. So that's not we're a level down from that. Okay.
Yeah. Just career stuff. But
Career
also,
stuff.
I've made friends here and everything, and it's just I can see in one specific way I'd be only like 2 years here, but in the other way, if everything happened as the career ladder and everything, then I'd be here maybe like closer to 10 years. So big difference.
Now, if you were to just make the decision on your own without the advice, do you feel like there would be more things to run away from or more things to run to?
Well, I wouldn't want to go anywhere. So I guess maybe more to...
Metaphorically speaking, more pros or more cons? Are there cons you're trying to avoid, or are there pros that you're trying to acquire?
I guess maybe I just really... So my parents moved back to the Midwest in anticipation that I'd probably be out there in a couple years. But if I stay out on the East Coast and I don't go back, then I'm just not going to spend very much time with them, and I think that's kind of sad. But also, I really enjoy it out here because I feel like the friends I've made and like the progress I've made in like my workplace is really phenomenal. But I don't know, it's one of those things.
Yeah,
but
that's like a life decision.
Yeah. Unfortunate, and not funny stuff, which is unfortunate. But
yeah, next time make it a little funnier if you wouldn't mind. But yeah, please continue. It's okay this time.
Just for this one time. Well, okay. I'm still on from last week when you guys were talking about justice, and I was busy doing homework, and I'm like, oh, I would love to get on, but then it just kind of fizzled out because they're like, oh, no, what is the use basically of asking, is there such a thing as justice, or what it is? So that's still what I'm on. But I'm also open to talking about anything else that anyone else would like to talk about.
Do you believe in peace of mind?
Yes.
There you go. That's justice.
Justice is a peace of mind?
No. Justice is a way to achieve peace of mind.
In what way?
Are you pretending to not understand, or
no? I just... Is justice something like you achieve, or is it something that you do, or is it like a quality that something has? Like I don't know what you're talking, because it's this kind of, it's just this word, it's this ideal, and yeah, maybe I'm not with Plato on this one, okay, but I want to see what justice is like in the world. So I would like examples of like how to achieve it and like how you're implementing it in your life.
So I have this joke that I tell myself, which is citation is evil. So okay. I wouldn't use any writer to justify anything. And that's meta because I was talking about justification. So to use citation as justification is wrong. So it's like that's just to play on your idea of talking to whatever Plato said. It's like it doesn't matter what Plato said.
Sure.
So the first question is, so why do you think justice as a word exists? Why do you, the corollary would be everything happens for a reason and therefore nothing is out of place. There is no injustice. So everything is perfect. So for there to be justice means things have to go wrong. So why do you think things are going wrong and are not as they should be? I know the answer is because you want things and you don't know if you want this more than you want something else. Okay. But this then the question is then, are you creating your own injustices by creating these divisions in your mind? Do you understand? So it's like, sure. Why do you even care about justice? Why does it even appear in your mind?
Oh, okay. So I care about justice because other people are working towards justice, and I'm looking at their actions and I'm like, I want to know what justice is because it seems like they don't have the same idea of justice, or else they would all be acting in the same way, or they would be working towards the same sort of outcome or that type of thing. So I have that question because other people have that question, I guess. So rather than it being something distinct in my mind.
Yeah, so that's a great question. The question would be, why do you not prioritize your definition of justice and see everyone else as a corrupt person or a liar? And they are
because
actually not.
I don't know what justice is. That's why I'm asking the question. So why would I prioritize?
Are you an only child?
I am not, unfortunately.
You
So
guys are
are there
just
any?
you guys are just Socrates and Glaucon all over again, you know.
How does someone who is not an only child not know what justice is, at least relative to their own siblings? I mean, that's how dogs learn justice, is they wrestle and tussle amongst themselves to see who deserves what, who's misbehaving. Sometimes the adults have to get in there. So the fact that she doesn't know what justice is, and she came from a family where she's not the only child, is itself interesting data.
I would agree. I mean, you can psychoanalyze just about anything, including the rug on my front door. But I think the thing that kind of brings out is if justice is a sort of ideal that is more than just vengeance or mercy or anything like that, if it's something distinct that you can kind of put a name on and like idealize, then I don't think the things that we've seen necessarily show that it does or doesn't exist. But I think when people actively say, I'm working towards justice, then you can look at their actions and then see if that's what they think it is.
So you're, to make a parallel here, so when someone says they're working towards peace, you believe that? Like, do you believe that when someone says, I am working towards peace, they are working towards peace?
I think I'm not going to try and add an additional layer under it if are they lying or not. But if they say that they're working towards peace and then they do an action that they are saying is working towards peace, then that will be an answer to what they think is peace. I don't need to analyze more than their actions. Either they're a liar or that's their idea of peace. And if they're a liar or not doesn't really come into it, I guess. Does that answer your question?
I don't have questions. Okay.
If I may tag in for a second. YG, Cece, you mentioned that there were people working towards peace, but having different results, and that makes you question
justice,
working
towards justice.
Yeah, towards justice with different results, and that makes you question what justice is. The fact that you see, is it the results that they end up at is different to the one you imagine justice looks like, or is just the fact that there are different justices is making you question, well, so what is justice? Do you have a sense of what it is?
I think that both are correct. I think I've seen the variance between other people, and then also the variance between other people and myself. And I don't know. Maybe I don't have a strong enough opinion of what I think justice is to make it my pursuit as a person.
I think the reason Younggood was mentioning not being an only child is there's a unfairness that you encounter just by being a younger or older sibling, that makes you come face to face with at least with injustice, perceived injustice. So it makes you feel like I know what that is. That's an experience that I'm sure you can relate to in one way or another, be it with siblings or cousins or just co-workers.
I think we've all felt that Cain instinct, yes.
Yeah, and so that instinct is what justice is, I guess, is what Younggood is pointing
See, I
out.
wouldn't agree with that. Do you think that whenever your sibling does something to you and you feel that, that sort of inner simmering rage where the nuclear option is the only option, I don't think that is what justice is.
Nuclear.
That feeling, though, does point to the fact that you perceive an injustice, at least. Now, whether you're justified in that perception or not is up for debate. That's why there's the juries and of your peers would judge you for that, blah blah blah. So, but you do have an
ideally
individual. Yes, ideally, you do have an individual sense of what justice is supposed to be, whether or not you achieve it or not.
So I think to really,
go ahead.
Sorry, Cece. I think to really understand this, where instead of looking at justice like within the man, we're going to have to start looking at justice within the polis. Now turn to your pages, Socrates, Plato, the Republic, and we will learn on these matters. No, I didn't. I just wanted to make that joke and acknowledge that Mark S is here. Welcome, Mark S. Would love if you have any thoughts on justice, or we can just keep going back to where we were at.
I just think it's interesting that justice is like the same word as righteousness in the Bible. I think. But no, I was just, I don't really have much to contribute to this. I just saw it said, the sarcastic method, but chill. So I thought I'd get on. But McMo left, so he's not here to.
Yeah, it's fine. I guess I'll do the moderator in his absence.
I was hoping he would play the straight man to my idiot.
Well, I can only play the idiot, so we can both be idiots together until the straight and definitely not gay at all McMo comes up again.
Definitely. But yeah, I changed my mind on something. I wasn't going to come on live streams. I made that decision yesterday, and I changed my mind 10 minutes ago.
Oh, there's a recent one for you, McMo.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the interesting things.
Back to the
Socratic. Yeah, I recently changed my mind on how good of a friend Tayo was. Anyway, Yongod and Cece, please continue. I thought you guys were making progress, and it was a very interesting conversation. So Cece and Yongod, please continue. Save the stream.
Yeah, Cece, are you familiar with the memes on lacking an internal monologue and lacking a mind's eye?
Yes, and I've seen you make comments in the hive mind when you were like, "Oh, the NPCs because they don't have the internal monologue," which I have an internal monologue and I like see the little pictures and everything, But my roommate, she thought in like strings of text, and that's very bad, like foreign for me and everything. So I think it's interesting that people work differently, but I don't think it makes them NPCs. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to make you believe in your own definition of justice, which many persons are able to do. There are so many humans who have their own definition of justice in their head. So I'm just trying to see first why you don't have it, and how to like incept it, and how is this possible? How to achieve this? Because it's you're looking at the world trying to evaluate what justice is, but you disbelieve your own definition of justice, or even you don't even have it. It doesn't even compute. So that's what's interesting to me, is how others can have a total 100% idea of justice, and you don't. And that's just statistically, that's amazing.
I think sorry, I'm not going to answer for Cece. I'll give her a chance to answer herself. But so far, I think where we're at is it's not that she doesn't have a sense of justice. She just isn't convinced that her sense of justice is the right sense of justice. And evidence for that is the fact that other people have the same sense of justice, but come to different conclusions. That's sort of what she's wrestling with. Cece, did I get that right, or am I?
I think maybe we're actually talking about two separate things, and you kind of highlighted them really well. But I have like a sense of what I think justice should be. Like I see, the scales of justice, and like the blindfolded woman and the sword on top of the Capitol building and everything. And you're supposed to stand for truth, justice, and the American way type thing. But also, there are people that like their sense of justice really has an impact, and so it's important that there be some sort of ideal of justice. So yeah, it's just I'm not convinced. I don't know.
All right, so let's make this very practical. Let's make this real. Do you have an opinion on Trump's felony counts? So Trump had felonies charged against him. Do you think that this is justice or injustice?
Were they criminal or civil?
It doesn't matter. They could be in the court of public opinion. The fact is that there was humans started a movement that was against Donald Trump for certain reasons. Were those persons acting justly?
Can you kind of explain how that, I don't know, connects, I guess?
It has to do with linear time. So if you knew,
Sure.
if you have a concept of justice already, then you will have one now. So if you didn't have I wouldn't expect you to have a concept of justice if you couldn't also have a concept of justice 6 months ago or 12 months ago or a year ago or 2 years ago or 10 years ago.
Okay. So are you saying that the opinion of the guilty verdict, does that change?
So I'm assuming you either don't have an opinion or you would believe that they have to be doing this because there's a reason. There's no way they would make something up and then justify it. It has to be, well, I say justified in the sense of validating it. So they will not create a construct.
So why are you talking about the court case whenever you're talking about so are you talking about the people that brought the case against Trump?
So I'm bringing up the court case because it's a real world example. It's not hypothetical. It's not Plato's whatever the fuck. It's something that happened in real life. Real tax dollars were spent on these court cases. So it's very real. So that's why I'm talking about if you believe that was justice because it actually happened versus some hypothetical that I could make up.
So it all went through, there was a jury verdict and he was found guilty.
This is technically not a difficult question to answer. So I have my answer.
I don't know what you're asking about specifically. What part it was justice?
None of it was
which
justice.
action specific?
It was all constructed. That's the point. So hold on a second.
I appreciate C-Money. I'm just on here trying to have a casual conversation about justice.
Yeah, it sounds
and now we're
like
talking about court cases.
Young God is pretty made up on what justice is or isn't. So
I actually,
if there was someone that said no, yes, absolutely, all of those, however many counts that were brought against Trump was just, would they also, what would your verdict on their definition of justice be based upon the answer that they give?
So it was a jury trial.
I'm not married, I don't know.
If it was a bench trial, would that change anything? So
I would think a little bit.
No, because the guy, the one of the judges, so they write their own opinions, right? So you would know that if it was a bench trial, they would have done it anyway. So they have to do these trials in Manhattan and stuff like this and in Washington because they have to be able to get...
I understand what you're saying. So I think my ideal of justice somewhere in there does have to do with the trial by your peers, the jury verdict. So I think that's involved because that's where I'm seeing the justice that may or may not be happening in this situation is if it came from a jury rather than just a bench trial. Although arguably bench trials, they're their own thing. So
it's just to say that the Trump example was to try to extract from you an idea of justice. Do you think Trump was treated misfairly by the United States justice system? That's the question.
Young God, I think
can't
you
answer
think
yes.
I keep up with politics a little bit too much. I have no idea what happened with that entire thing. I understand.
So a joke.
That there
I
was
have a joke now about the have no idea. So there's a joke in the military that I hear, and it has to do with above your pay grade. And if it's above your pay grade, you have no business knowing it. So I almost am frustrated. Like, why do we have I have a joke. I'm going to go on a fucking angry tangent now. I have a joke that part of civilization is cursed because the illiterate can read. Because basically the literacy was for the elite, the privileged, the priests, okay, the guys in charge. And what happened somehow in the 20th century was there was this worldwide effort to have everyone read. And now everyone thinks that they're a Plato and everyone thinks that they're a whoever the fuck. because they can read the signs on the street. And it's amazing. If you believe language and how language was developed and how writing was developed and who writing was for, where we are now is just the illiterate know how to read. And now the illiterate are asking questions like, what does this mean? What does this word mean? I don't know what this word means. I think that, and so in a sense, because I'm a determinist, we deserve this. This is humans self-domesticating to the point where now the illiterate can read and they participate. And this is the participation.
John, God, I apologize for...
LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Riff harder, riff harder. Riff harder, riff harder. Riff harder, riff harder.
LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Riff harder, riff harder.
That was a McMo one, I think. I believe that was a McMo masterpiece. I think that was his stylistic impression, signature thereof. Okay.
Why, Socrates, is it just for a man to grift his Ko-Fi after another man's rant? I didn't want to interrupt your apology, Cece, but what did you want to apologize to Uncle Yawn God for?
Oh, it wasn't an apology. I was just interrupting. I asked him, I hope he's having a good time. Even though, like, you know, he's very passionate. I hope he's having a good time.
I hope we're all having a good time.
This is a great time. Great Sunday.
Can I speak? Can I speak now?
Your turn, Sherry.
Okay. Been listening for a while. All I want to say is this is why I'm doing the Lives of the Saints. If anybody wants to learn about justice, join me at the Lives of the Saints. No, I'm doing my Ko-Fi thing with Mo. But really, like,
not a bad attempt. We'll get you there, Sherry. One day you'll be as good at grifting as I am.
I'll never be a good grifter, just so you know. It's not going to happen. But Stephanie says somewhere at the very highest point of the triangle, perfect justice crosses with perfect mercy. And that's precisely what justice is, which also makes it, like most things, subjective, right? So it comes out of your own experience. You have to make the choice, and then you have to go with your decision. And I find a lot of people today, they have a very difficult time making a choice because they don't know how to stick with the decision. Like, there's a lot of indecision, you know, about, I don't know, I'm going to fumble here badly, but, you know, you step out into some terrain, and as soon as you make the step, you're like, what if it's the wrong way? What if it's the wrong terrain? What if I don't have enough, you know, like you have to just go. You just really, like, you just have to go. We're doing the Lilith, and there's a great dialogue in the 3rd chapter of Lilith where I can't remember what Mr. Raven says to Mr. Vane, but he says something about being home, because Mr. Vane finds himself in this really strange terrain. Like, he falls through a mirror and he's in another world, right? And you know, I should just find it. But anyway, Mr. Raven says something like, if you want to be home, you have to, how does he put it? I can't remember. Something like you have to do something, but that's not exactly how he phrases it. And then Mr. Vane says, well, what? Right? He wants to know what. What do I do? And Mr. Raven says, do something. That's it. Like, he doesn't tell him what to do. And I don't know, I keep running across this in these spaces where it's like, yeah, but I can't just do anything. No, but you can do something, right? You can step out and then just keep going. Like, it's like that with housework. Like, when I have housework to do, usually I feel like doing housework when the whole house is dirty, not just one room, right? It's like the whole house is going, oh, you need to do something about this. And so every room turns into a chaos monster while I'm doing my housework. But at some point in time, if I just keep going and doing something, because I can't know everything I'm going to do that day for housework. I'm going to see stuff laying around. I'm going to, oh, I should do that. Oh, I should, I just keep doing something. And in the end, it all gets tied together and then the whole house is clean. Right? Because I keep doing something. So, and justice and mercy, I just wanted to say this about justice and mercy, because George MacDonald, Cece, if you want to read a really good thing on justice, read George MacDonald's Justice Sermon. Sorry, Jan God, I'm going to cite somebody here, but he basically explains or demonstrates very well in that sermon, and you can find it. You just have to Google Justice Sermon, George MacDonald, it'll pop up. That if God, and if you're not a Christian, let's call it reality, because there is some kind of reality out there, right? That dictates what we can and can't do, how far we can go, if we can float, if we stay on the earth, if we, all the rest of it. If we, So if reality is one, which I think nature demonstrates really clearly that it is, then justice and mercy have to be one too. Okay? They have to be one. And that's why, I'm going to circle back to Lives of the Saints, you have to read the Lives of the Saints, because they teach you what justice and mercy look like. And it's not definitive. Like, it's not one line in a textbook.
Would you put retribution in there anywhere? Because I always thought justice was kind of in the middle of mercy and maybe retribution, rather than there being a dichotomy between justice and mercy.
Okay, I think I figured out a way.
Wait. That was my question.
No, I know, but I figured out. Okay, fine.
That was my question, Jan God. You can't steal it. Okay, so retribution and mercy is a false dichotomy, in my opinion. And I think that comes from a very Christian substrate. We think that mercy is when someone gives you something for free, and retribution is when you get your just desserts, right? But neither one of those things are justice or retribution, actually. I think if you want to talk about retribution in its proper context, it's a consequence. Maybe it looks like retribution, but you could make a bad choice and you're going to suffer the consequences. If you abuse your body with, fentanyl or heroin, you're going to suffer the consequences, right? Is that retribution? I don't think so. I think it's a consequence of your actions, your decision. But you know what? I think everything is making you. So you're living with the consequences of a heroin addiction, and then all the fallout from that addiction is part of your becoming.
All right,
I don't really want people knowing about my heroin addiction on the open internet, Sherry. But other than that, I do agree with you.
Anyway, Jan God, go for it. I'm done talking.
I think it can be helpful to associate words with a scene. Okay, I'm sure this has been said somewhere before or something. And you have to know where the word fits in the scene. So if you're watching a cat eat a bird and you put in the word, let's say, hunger, you know where you would stick the word hunger. If you had like a piece of tape and whatever, you would put hunger either in the cat's brain or in the cat's gut. Okay? Because that's this scene of this cat eating a bird, and now you have this word hunger. Where do I put the word hunger? You're going to put it either in the cat's head or the cat's guts. Okay? Does that make sense? Did that just make sense?
That's an elegant frame you've got there, Uncle Jan God. It'd be a shame if someone came and knocked it over.
Okay. So now you just do that with the word justice. Certain scenes can have a does not compute for that word. If I put the word, let's say, Earth's core, or not even that, fuck that, I don't know, Jupiter is not going to fit in this cat eating bird scene. So
what if the cat's name is Jupiter?
That's a fun technicality. So the point is that now you do this exercise and you repeat for the word justice. And you do this thousands of times, millions of times. You pretend you're an AI. And you're trying to figure out, what does justice mean? Is justice a cat eating one bird? Is justice a cat eating a bird that a dude gave him because it was like a dead chicken? Is it a cat that is an invasive cat in Australia eating a bird? Is it a cat in Egypt eating an invasive bird from Asia? Okay, what is justice? Okay, what is justice? So you would do this regarding persons. So, this person is doing something to this person. Is this justice? And long story short, obviously there's no such thing as justice. So justice is the state of mind that you have when you feel the picture is fair. But what is fairness? This is where the whole balance thing comes in. So yes, Sherry's correct. You know, if you're a reptile freak, if you're a herpetologist or something, you might like watching your snakes eat live mice. You know, and to certain vegans, this would seem abhorrent. But is it justice? I guess a vegan would say it's injustice, but
it's very dangerous to go full nominalist, Jan God. And so the problem is,
I don't know these terms.
If you deny that there can be words, that if there can be a, what is it, the sign versus the signifier. If I can signify something that you can't put within your screen, within your mental image, or my dog is not happy with the way I'm arguing this, so I'm going to have to bring it down a little bit. The thing is, you could also say that, you know, maybe a Hindu might say that, no, justice is like the ether. It indwells and it moves around and it flows through the cat and the bird. Or you can say, because the problem is, if you've got no room for, basically what you're describing is that which can be caught on video, and then re-presented in one's mind. And the difficulty.
I have a text-based one next when you're done.
Sure. And you can do it in text. I think you can do it with language is probably the bigger point. But the problem is that if there aren't anything, if there is nothing outside of language, then you've got nothing to talk about outside of language. And we've got these words, and then you've also got the problem of where in the picture do you put language at all? Why the need for language at all? So those would be my two responses to what you were talking about. But in the whole, I think you're pointing to something real. Like, we shouldn't necessarily go looking in every situation for these kind of transcendental human concepts. But at the same time, you know, that's what the poetic is, right? Like, that's what, you know, us woo goofballs in this, you know, space are doing most of the time. And I know that it triggers you, and I apologize for that. I try to be hospitable, but that's my 2 cents.
What do you mean about that, McMo? Because I'm not quite following you. Maybe I missed something earlier, but
I
just
think
that last bit about.
I think one thing that a poet does is he kind of points towards things like love, justice, beauty, goodness, truth through language and that which can be said, in a sense. And so there's a sense of concretization that is occurring, and there's a sense in which the poet is saying, look at this flower. See how the petals are just like the curve of justice through time. And I'm just kind of making something up here, but like that's what I was pointing to is like.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that because you're talking about the use of language? Are you
not just that, but yes,
language because of the ability? But poetry is not created. Poetry stems from imagery, right? And it's an attempt to describe something that has a more, let's, for the lack of a better word, like a fractal, it's a fractal image, right? So, and that's why when people read poems, a good poet, then that can mean different things to different people, right? Because the language is obscure. Like the language in poetry is not definitive at all, And I actually hear Young God making very nuanced arguments here. I don't know if anybody else is hearing it, but I'm hearing it, and I'm kind of shocked that nobody's hearing what he's saying. I find it interesting.
Maybe I misheard or didn't hear.
Because you're old, Sherry. Oh, it hurts my soul.
Uncle Jan.
I could dust myself off.
Uncle Yanni coming to grips with the old age. He's no longer at the kids' table. He's Uncle Yanni. It hurts, man. It hurts.
Well, I don't think it's just age. I think it has to do with a certain ability to, I don't know. Like, if you want to stay in the language metaphor, read between the lines. I do a lot of that. And it's not always right. Like, I'm not always reading things between the lines right. But I can see the frustration that I think, God, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I can see the frustration with the desire to define a word definitively, because language erupts from a human being, and so therefore that word means something to that person. And this is why Jordan Peterson says, well, that depends on what you mean by God, and that depends on what you mean by belief, right? Like, you can do that all day long, really. You could. It's not fair for a dialogue, but if you want to be really honest about it, you could, because this is what I mean about subjective meaning. Like, the most difficult thing we do is convey meaning to each other. That's why we have conversations, because all we're trying to do is convey our meaning. Meaning is just so elusive. So anyway.
Cece, do you speak more than one language?
In theory, yes. In practice, no. I should be able to speak Chinese somewhat well, but I lost it.
So I guess you would appreciate, I have a few notes here. I don't know which order to say them in. I guess I'll start. So
alphabetical.
No. So language is a psyop to control your mind. That is what language is for. It sounds weird if I say language is a psyop, because your mind has been controlled that a psyop is part of a jargon used by this group of conspiracy lunatics. So when I say language is a psyop, the first thing you think is, oh, this is weird. But if I say language is a psyop to control your mind, this is definitionally true. You would have to show me something else to say that's not, and you would have to use a language which I understand, and so it's you can't do it. And justice is, in a way, I guess I paraphrase this tremendously. Justice is you falling for the psyop. So if language is a psyop, then any word in that language is to control your mind. And so justice is this word to control your mind. And I say this, I feel that it's okay if I use the word justice, because it's not, I wouldn't use the word fire, for example, in this example, but justice is okay because justice is part, I want to use some, the polis. So justice is already a contaminated word. Justice is not a word you will find in nature. If you go out to the woods, you're not going to find justice. You're going to find fire. You're going to find death. You're going to find beauty. You're going to find a lot of stuff, but you're going to have to hallucinate really hard to say it is just that the water is running down this side of the rock than that side of the rock. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
What do you mean justice? So justice already is you falling for the psyop, that there is a kind of, it's not second order, but it's I don't know how to explain this, but it's like you are already within a system called culture, and then they are doing something else to that system, which is called justice inside that culture. So you already have to, there are levels to this which you have to excuse. And this
So
is
kind
part
of
of a
connecting
language.
this back to your example where you had the cat
Finish,
and
though.
the bird.
Go on.
Okay.
Okay, so just to finish quickly, I have a final joke. So to answer why I was using words and pictures, like, did I have to do that? I don't have to do it, but it's like, it's the easy way to do it because we all know
No, I
words
had a
are
question for
pictures.
clarification about how you were using it.
Oh, that was a reference to Mick Mo. And I have a final line here about the justice thing, and then you can go. So my dad used to say this to me. He used to say, don't apologize. Just don't do it. This means the just don't do it part means it was already done. So part of justice is trying to correct for something that has already happened. And that is almost that you have a setup problem. How do you, so the joke is capital punishment is wrong because killing the person doesn't bring back the dead loved one. So how do you get justice from that? The answer is you can't. You can try to hallucinate justice. You can try to say this person was worth so much money and I deserve this amount of money, compensation, or I don't know. But the point is that real justice, the bringing back of the dead person, is not going to happen. And that's why this is partially, so it's not to say that you can't be a good person now. You can. You're just now aware that justice is part of the psyop. It's part of the.
I think that
the fact that there's a laugh is funny because
I'll
again,
be happy
language
to
is a type
disagree
of
with
mind.
you. Absolutely. And I'm sad to say that I'm not going to take your dad's words for what they are, because my dad has given me his wise words as well. And they were something along the lines, if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. So that's not an apology, and I'm not going to do it again, but I'll get tough while
Listen,
I'm at it. So
I
kind of
think
going
the
back to your picture
Chinese
frames,
deserve the next millennium. All hail China.
they're going to have some kids to do that because they're in trouble. But anyway,
Jan
back
God's
to your
been
picture
MK
frames.
Ultra'd into thinking justice is a psyop. The real psyop were the friends we made along the way. Uncle Jan God, haven't you learned anything yet? Yeah. Next thing, just so you guys know, my dad can beat up all your dads.
Absolutely.
Actually, I bet Sherry's dad is a pretty tough customer. I'm not going to lie. But I do think it might be helpful, Jan God, to just note that words do work and are not a psyop when they are used in an attempt to conform to the truth. That's in fact what words may be, is a handhold of the truth, an attempt at pointing towards and communicating the truth. And so if you're at a place where you think that words themselves are a psyop just because you feel your mind conforming against your will to them, that may be a good sign that you have been psyoped, like you've been psyoped by Plato or something, because you can't, you're in a trap you can't get out of. It's like, why wouldn't I believe that what you're saying right now is a psyop, or that the phrase such and such is a psyop is the real psyop? Where do the psyops end? Is it psyops all the way down? Is this a psyop right now? Am I doing all myself? So those are some thoughts that occurred to me. But I'm not trying to downplay the idea that psyops are all around us. It's just that like when you're using the tools to say that this is not the tools for which I'm using to destroy the tools I'm using them for, you know, that's why we need saving throws. But Cece, go ahead, Cherry.
Did anybody ever study the play by Shakespeare, Measure for Measure?
No.
It's all about justice. I just did it on Saturday with Michael Martin, and it's really interesting because he throws you for a total loop at the end, in the way that he metes out justice. I'm not going to get into the play, but the argument that Jan God was making about trying to remedy something that's already been done, that's where justice comes in. That's exactly the argument that George MacDonald makes in his justice sermon. And
I'm right about everything.
You're close. But like, this is why I refer to the lives of the saints. And I'm being super cryptic here because I don't like definitive answers personally because of the art of what justice actually is. But, I think it was Teo asked, was it justice for, how did you put that, Teo? Something about justice for sacrificing your son or something to that effect. Justice is about, to use a big word, kenosis, which is a pouring out of yourself, right? But it's a pouring out of yourself that doesn't actually ever have an end to it. And so justice has to be associated with self-sacrifice, for one thing. And that's going to make it very ambiguous, because it might mean you have to give up on an argument. It might mean that you have to live with a consequence. It might mean that you have to forgive someone who you don't want to forgive. It might mean you're going to change your mind. It can be all, and that's why I say you should watch Lives of the Saints with Jeremy and I on Tuesdays at 6.
That was an excellent one.
But I mean, I'm going to read you, just for the sake of the argument here, maybe you can riff on it. I'm going to read you this short little story that he tells in the Justice Sermon. Suppose my watch has been taken from my pocket. I lay hold of the thief. He is dragged before the magistrate, proved guilty, and sentenced to a just imprisonment. Must I walk home satisfied with the result? Have I had justice done me? The thief may have had justice done him, but where is my watch? That is gone, and I remain a man wronged. Who has done me the wrong? The thief. Who can set right the wrong? The thief, and only the thief. Nobody but the man that did the wrong. God may be able to move the man to right the wrong, but God himself cannot right it without the man. Without the man. Let's reiterate that. Suppose my watch found and restored, is the account settled between me and the thief? I may forgive him, but is the wrong removed? By no means. But suppose the thief to bethink himself to repent. He has, we shall say, put it out of his power to return the watch, but he comes to me and says he is sorry he stole it and begs me to accept for the present what little he is able to bring as a beginning of atonement. How should I then regard the matter? Should I not feel that he had gone far to make atonement, done more to make up for the injury he had inflicted upon me than the mere restoration of the watch, even by himself, could reach to? Would there not lie in the thief's confession and submission and initial restoration an appeal to the divinest in me, to the eternal brotherhood? Would it not indeed amount to a sufficing atonement as between man and man? If he offered to bear what I chose to lay upon him, should I feel it necessary for the sake of justice to inflict some certain suffering as demanded by righteousness? I should still have a claim upon him for my watch, but should I not be apt to forget it? He who commits the offense can make up for it, and he alone. One thing must surely be plain, that the punishment of the wrongdoer makes no atonement for the wrong done. How could it make up to me for the stealing of my watch that the man was punished? The wrong would be there all the same. I am not saying the man ought not to be punished. Far from it. I am only saying that the punishment no wise makes up to the man wronged. Suppose the man with the watch in his pocket were to inflict the severest flagellation on himself. Would that lessen my sense of injury? Would it set anything right? Would it any way atone? Would it give him a right to the watch? Punishment may do good to the man who does the wrong, but that is a thing as different as important. And then he goes on and on. It's a long sermon, but that gives you a little taste of the complexity of justice.
Very well written. Seems pretty spot on with what we were talking about too.
Oh yeah, you should read it. You should totally read it, Cece. I think you'll enjoy it. Actually, you might even change your mind.
I'm telling you, I don't have a mind to change. But no, I just think it's very interesting because I think this is where the fun in the discussion is these huge ideals that may or may not exist, that they're just so complicated and hard to grapple with. I think that really is the value of the TLC, where you can talk to people who have like vastly different opinions on it, or opinions at all, really. And I appreciate that. So.
Marcher giving his
donate to Mick Mo's Ko-Fi.
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you,
Also-
Young God. Clipped.
It was great talking to you guys. I have to go do laundry. I really appreciate it. Yon God, great conversation. McMo, thanks for having me. Good seeing everybody.
Of course. Thanks for joining, Cece. And actually, I think it would be a good time for us to do some final thoughts. So I want to start with Joe because he's listened the most of the people left here. So, Joe, if you've got any final thoughts or summations, I failed to star any comments today, so I won't be able to do the comment review that I thought of doing yesterday that I think might be a fun little ritual to, mind control and psyop all of you into donating to my Ko-Fi with. Ending sentences on prepositions, also a psyop. But Joe, what do you got to say in terms of final thoughts?
Well, I'll read Phlebas' last contribution to the chat. He said, "Words are only a psyop once you write them down." TLC. Oh, wait, there you go. Yeah, that's kind of funny and accurate to some degree. And I suppose some thoughts on justice, I guess, real quick, are it sort of falls under it's in the eye of the beholder, maybe. And I agree with a lot of what Sherry was saying, and I also agreed with a lot of what Yon God was saying, because there's definitely an angle there where I can see what he's saying, and but a little, I don't know, maybe slightly too nihilistic, perhaps, or too, I don't know, it's probably not the right word, but and what else? I don't know, but then so the lives of the saints are a good example to a large degree, but I get a little squirrely when it comes to I suppose it falls under justice. Like at some level, the self-sacrifice, one must draw the line, I guess. And so that's why I can see both of you guys being right. And that's about it, I think.
Cool. Well said. Jan, you go next, and then we'll give Sherry the last word.
I'm just here to make Jacob mad that I'm going to appear for him last.
We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Jacob got mad? That's odd.
No, it's no. He's fun. He's fun. But this is in the event he watches this. I'm just trying to. Anyway, this was fun. It's good to have no expectations. That's why things can develop. This is to cite another parasocial relationship. Luke keeps trying to. I don't know what he's doing, but I guess no one else does either. So it's good that there's like this calm space where ideas can just develop naturally without forcing definitions to appear within definitions, and you know how he is. So good stuff.
Yeah, the thing about Luke is whatever he's up to, it's definitely no good. That's all I have to say. He is up to no good. Sherry, thank you for reading some of that George MacDonald. Just so you know, I did clip it and sample it, so that'll be what's on the beat that Grimm is hungering for. Where's the beats?
Cool.
The beats are on their way, and it's less of a beat today. It's more chill than that. There's a light rhythmic element, not much. But Sherry, you've sat and listened, and you've spoken. What are your kind of takeaways? What's your final word on the matter?
I was hoping it was going to be a lot more chill.
Oh man, I'll take the L on that. That's my fault.
I'm just kidding, McMo. It is what it is, and
it's pretty chill.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have this right, but I feel like Jan God and I were saying the same thing, but we were just saying it differently, which is another example of language and the conundrum that it. I've always had this assertion that language divides, and I got that because of the Tower of Babel, because that's what God uses to divide with, is language. John Vervaeke would totally blow his lid if that was all that language was good for, because he believes in dialogos, right? Which essentially is language bringing things together. But the Bible says that the Word was made flesh. So you can't separate those two things, and that's why I keep referring to the lives of the saints. because that's how we understand the world. It's in our bodies and through our lives. That's it.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find the mute button or the unmute button there.
I thought maybe you were stuck for words.
Yeah. That I should be more often than I am, to be honest. That's, speaking of justice, it's not just that a man should have a constant stream of words to just filibuster any moment with, as I do. But what gift is not a cross to bear, shall we say? I want to have a special thanks to Sherry as I remove her. Joe, thanks for hanging. Jan God, thank you so much for coming and making me look cooler and better than Jacob. That will always be highly appreciated here. Thank you for playing and being one of our favorite trolls of all time, headed towards GOAT status. The man, the myth, the legend, Jan God came to play today, folks. Came to play. Love when that happens. Cece, thanks for joining. I'm sure I'm missing folks. Phoebus came early and really started the conversation. Me and Tayo chatted for a little bit. Forgot we were even streaming at that point. Just thought I was kind of just talking to the good pal Tayo. And if you can't tell right now, I'm definitely filibustering so that I can bounce this beat and get it into StreamYard. So I may have to resort to playing some branding, which I didn't get a chance to play the full Kierkegaard branding, but it's not always about that. So let's do this one.
And your donation. by hope and your donations. Thanks, somebody. Where's the train? Ups, can you find the train? I can't find the train. There's too many brandings loaded. We overloaded. I've been wanting to record a skit that I haven't done, so I'm going to perform it as a rehearsal now. It goes like this. Whoa! You know, because we accentuate what's going on our insides when we're experiencing the deep psychological programming. It's comical. Programming. It's comical.
Deep psychological programming?
Yeah, it's supernormal stimuli. You're familiar as a person in academia with the concept, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, stimuli, and us being us scientist folks, we can Beauregard strawberry it down into the essence of the essence of the essence of the stimuli, and that's super normal. Like, you have to have resistance to mind control to not be suckered into it. And
Yeah. No, that makes me think of like these ash line surveys where it's like if you get people together in a group and they you can get people to say that two lines that are clearly a very different length are the same length because this need
they'd
for
rather not be an outcast.
Don't want to be an outcast. That's it. That's a real thing. It's a beautiful space. I think people are really full of heart and full of hope, which I think is unusual in the United States right now. And they're coming together in a way that, I mean, I'm giving away the plot here, but people are coming together here in a way that they don't come together almost anywhere else. And then they're finding ways to come together in real life too. I think it's huge. I think it's transformative. I think it's going to change the world. I'm on a soapbox now. I don't know.
Well, that was great. That was Clara and Buddy. Show on that beautiful note. Held together by hope and your donations.
We're almost ready. Just one more branding till we get to the beat that you're all waiting for. So before that, I think I'll play the beat from last Sunday. We'll see how that turned out. I don't recall, but let's give it a listen.
He's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say, yes, but. Right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes, but. And then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it. Right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges the subscription in a sense, but also the shortcomings. There's always more. You know, he's always very creative, thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, they're kind of causing.
I don't have a timing to give this
creation or something such that we can organize these things. I think that, but I do think consensus like a mountain, like
That was that. It is funny how we came back to that idea of what is justice, and doing good to your friends and evil to your enemies. And Socrates confounds us. Whatever. Very cool, very cool. Well, here's the one for this week, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for hanging out. Always gonna try to keep it a chill time on the chill stream. So I appreciate y'all hanging in there with me.
Suppose my watch found and restored is the account settled between me and the thief. I may forgive him, but is the wrong removed? By no means. But suppose the thief to bethink himself to repent. He has, we shall say, put it out of his power to return the watch, but he comes to me and says he is sorry he stole it and begs me to accept, for the present, what little he is able to bring as a beginning of atonement. How should I then regard the matter? Should I not feel that he had gone far to make atonement, done more to make up for the injury he had inflicted upon me than the mere restoration of the watch, even by himself, could reach to? Would there not lie in the thief's confession and submission and initial restoration an appeal to the divinest in me, to the eternal brotherhood? Would it not indeed amount to a sufficing atonement as between man and man? If he offered to bear what I chose to lay upon him, should I feel it necessary for the sake of justice to inflict some certain suffering as demanded by righteousness? I should still have a claim upon him for my watch, but should I not be apt to forget it? He who commits the offense can make up for it, and he alone. One thing must surely be plain, that the punishment of the wrongdoer makes no atonement for the wrong done. How could it make up to me for the stealing of my watch that the man was punished? The wrong would be there all the same. I am not saying the man ought not to be punished, far from it. I am only saying that the punishment no wise makes up to the man. Suppose the man with the watch in his pocket were to inflict the severest flagellation on himself. Would that lessen Wilson's injury? Would it set anything right? Would it any way atone? Would it give him a right to the watch? Punishment may do good to the man who does that, but that is a thing as different as an It's a long story, but that gives you a little taste of the complexity. Oh yeah, you should totally read it, Susan. I think you'll enjoy it. You might even change it.
I'm sorry, I don't have a mic. But no, I just think it's very interesting because I think this is where the fun in the discussion is. These huge ideals that may or may not exist that are just so complicated and hard to grapple with. I think that really is the value of the TLC and talk about
and the coming of our Savior Jesus Christ.